Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone listening in to this latest edition of the VORW International Podcast. Thank you so much for tuning in the late May edition, 2025. Hope everyone out there tuned in had a pleasant month of May. I've always found May to be an enjoyable month, if you ask me. Climatologically speaking, of course, the weather in May is oftentimes many people view it as pleasant, especially up north. You know, things are starting to get nice and warm, but not overwhelmingly hot. And here in Florida, a nice thing about May is that some of the daily thunderstorms begin emerging, and that sort of weather pattern begins to take hold, which I personally am very fond of. As a matter of fact, this early evening, as I'm here at the microphone, some very nice thunderstorms actually passed through, and if you would believe it, it was very concentrated, but I got about 4 inches of rain in just this one day. But it was much needed rain, and much appreciated rain, and it was fun to take a glance outside and see there were little frogs hopping around afterward. All the creatures come out after these storms, all the little frogs hopping around. There were some lizards about as well, and a very pleasant atmosphere, and it was a lovely 68 degrees after that too. Beforehand it was 92, and then that thunderstorm dropped the temperature down to 68. But May, again, it's a month that I like. I've, again, no objection toward it, and I hope it's been a nice one for you. Tonight's program is just going to be a random mailbag show. Open up the email, see what's in it, read and respond to what I received. So you're going to hear all manner of various questions and comments and points and things that you, the listening audience, raised over the last month or two and emailed my way. It's just a free-form mailbag show. Alright, before we get on with things, if you're a long enough listener, you know we always get to these orders of business first and foremost. If you would like, you can direct your attention to the description of this video. If you are an online viewer and you're tuned in on YouTube, as I have some fan art to feature. Now, admittedly, the fan art turnout was a bit on the lighter side, but you know what, that's alright. Nothing's guaranteed, and I don't take it for granted. But I have 2 pieces of fan art to showcase, nevertheless. As a matter of fact, both pieces go out to the same individual. One dates back to 2018, and the other is a bit newer, I believe. I think they're interesting ones, though. So credit to both pieces goes out to a listener who goes by Moral Absentee on Instagram. That's MoralAbsentee on Instagram. And again, the first piece, all the way back to 2018, this is a long time, viewer and follower of the program, and the second one, I believe, is more recent. So, those 2 pieces there. One, again, from 2018, and one from, I would believe, 2025. If you are feeling artistically inclined, like I said, I don't take it for granted, and I don't expect it, for each program. It's always nice. It's a long-running tradition, but like I said, if there is any, there is. If there isn't, there isn't. But if you are feeling artistically inclined and would like to create a piece of fan art, you're welcome to do so. Have fun with it. Make whatever you want. Just send in the piece of fan art as an email attachment. Just email it to me, VORWINFO@gmail.com, and please let me know how you would like to be credited for the fan art. Took the time and effort to make it. Least I could do is give credit where credit is due. That could simply be by name, could be by alias. If you would like a social media profile of yours linked, where more of your work can be found, I will do just that. If you'd like a website linked where more of your work is available, that's fine too. If you'd like to remain anonymous, completely fine, but just let me know how you would like to be credited. It's extremely important, so when you send in the piece of fan art, you gotta let me know how you'd like to be credited for the work. If you don't let me know, I will keep you anonymous by default. I'll play it safe like that. Better safe than sorry. But if you would like to be credited, just let me know how. Very easy process, though. So that's how it's done. Okay, up next, we have some sponsors for this broadcast. Very, very important and very helpful as far as keeping, especially the radio side of things, going. Lend an ear, see if any of their offers are of interest, and like I said, just understand how much they help keep my broadcasts and this podcast afloat. This broadcast is brought to you by the Wieners and Losers 1980s Classic Arcade Museum and 1980s themed Airbnb. Are you ready to time travel? No DeLorean required? Introducing the ultimate 1980s themed Airbnb, where every stay feels like stepping into a rad John Hughes movie, minus the teenage angst. Located in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, this totally gnarly getaway features an authentic 80s-themed bedroom with 2 comfy twin beds, a 1986 Magnavox stereo stocked with vinyl and cassettes, a TV with a huge collection of VHS tapes and DVDs, 2 retro couches where you can play any video game console ever made, from classics up to CD-based systems. You'll also have your own private entrance, kitchen, bathroom with a shower. And here's the kicker, you get access to the Wieners and Losers 1980s Classic Arcade Museum, the largest private collection of working bronze and golden age arcade games on the East Coast. Whether you're planning a throwback birthday bash, a killer couples weekend, or just want to unplug and watch The Breakfast Club the way it was meant to be, this 80s-themed Airbnb and arcade near downtown Winston-Salem, North Carolina is your tubular ticket to the past. Search 80s-themed arcade on Airbnb.com to book now. That's 80s-themed arcade on Airbnb.com. And if you are just looking to host a party or event, the Wieners and Losers 1980s Classic Arcade Museum is also available separately. You could also check it out at facebook.com/Wieners and Losers. That's facebook.com/WIENERSANDLOSERS. facebook.com/Wieners and Losers. Are you a fan of music? Well, good news! Connor Olson is an independent musician here to bring you some great tunes. Inspired by artists such as Sparklehorse, Daniel Johnston, and Eels, Connor's music embraces a lo-fi, rough-around-the-edges aesthetic that is sure to appeal to fans of underground music. Connor also has a new single out now entitled False Horizons, and would like to thank his dog, Clover, for allowing her likeness to be used for the cover image. You can find his music on all major streaming platforms, and be sure to look out for his new album, Persephone, when it releases this Halloween. Again, that's Connor Olson, and make sure you check out that new single of his, False Horizons, available wherever you find your music. Whether you're simply heading out for a weekend of camping or hiking, or are a hardcore prepper getting ready for the apocalypse, if you want to be able to procure food in an emergency, you need the Rule the Wasteland Deluxe Survival Fishing Kit. Available on Amazon and at rulethewasteland.com, this deluxe kit is unlike any other kit on the market, which are all feeble gimmicks and only a few paltry pieces. The Rule the Wasteland Survival Fishing Kit is designed with everything you actually need to catch fish in a survival situation, including over 250 feet of fishing line, more than 35 various size hooks, multiple bobbers and lures, and even a mini multi-tool. And everything is packed securely in a watertight aluminum tin that fits in the palm of your hand. Put them in your car kit, bug-out bag, or just throw one in your pocket before heading outdoors. Visit rulethewasteland.com and use the code VORW for 10% off both the deluxe and micro versions, or simply search Amazon for Rule the Wasteland Survival Fishing Kit. Again, the website, rulethewasteland.com. That's rulethewasteland.com. Use that code VORW, 10% discount if you use it. Rule the Wasteland Survival Fishing Kit, available at the website or on Amazon.com. If you're looking for something fresh and unique, this broadcast is brought to you by independent musician Liam Stark, who recently released his album Home. Home was recorded at the Blue Moon Theater in Woodstown, New Jersey, with the help of fellow artists John Payano and Landon Axel. You can stream or purchase the album on major platforms. Just look up Liam Stark, Home, wherever you get your music. And if you'd like a physical copy, Liam is giving away CDs to the first 25 people who sign up for his Patreon at patreon.com/Liam Stark. That's LIAMSTARK. Again, if you're a fan of independent music and want to support an artist doing things his own way, check it out. That's Home by Liam Stark, available now. And if you're interested in advertising on this program, we still have room available. I offer a very affordable rate. Again, it's really something that I just do not to try to make any sort of massive profit for, but rather it's just to try to raise a couple extra bucks just to keep the radio bills paid, essentially. Very lenient as far as what it comes down to promoting. It could be your goods, your service, your business. Could be your music, your art, your social media, your YouTube channel. Anything under the sun, really within reason. If you have an idea, something you'd like promoted, I'll do an ad read for you. Just pitch it to me, and more likely than not, I'll say yes. Like I said, I'm very lenient with it. In the past, I've advertised everything from law offices to authors, independent musicians, construction companies, pizzerias, and everything in between. So, if you'd like to get the word out about what it is that you do, it's going to be at an affordable rate. I usually do it in blocks of 5 shows at a time, so you could have your message out there for months on end, and it's just a good little way of exposure. It really something that I undercharge greatly for. Like I said, it's just to try to make a couple bucks here and there to try to keep the radio stuff going. So it's a good deal on your end, and hey, consider it. You've seen the ad reads that I do. It would be in that sort of style. And here's what I always posit. There's nothing wrong in simply asking. If it's of interest, simply ask. Just ask for a quote. I have this little information packet that I'll send your way, and then you could make a decision based on that, but very easy to work with. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with simply asking for the information, and hey, if the price doesn't appeal to you, or if it's just something you'd like to pass on after getting the info, that's perfectly fine by me. There's no harm taken, there's no offense taken, it's no big deal, it's just the way it works, you know, so no harm in asking, and I encourage you to do so. You could shoot me an email if you'd like to, though. VORWINFO@gmail.com. And as is customary around this time, this is when I also just pass the hat around because, since we're talking about one thing, may as well just get on to the next. If you would like to support this program, though, it does need your help. You can donate via PayPal to VORWINFO@gmail.com, or via Patreon, patreon.com/TheReport of the Week. If you support the program on the Patreon, you could access exclusive content, especially in the form of my radio broadcasts. I do 2 new shows a week, every week, 2 hours of programming for your listening pleasure. And again, if you support it on the Patreon, you can listen to those shows on demand to your heart's content. It's the very least I can do to try to give back, and it's a way of saying thank you for chipping in. So I have my main broadcasts to North America on 4840 kilohertz. Those are still going strong, and I encourage you to tune in. 4840, it's a great shortwave frequency, and it utterly blankets all of North America. So if you're in anywhere in the United States, Canada, Mexico, if you're in the Caribbean, Central America, you'll definitely be able to catch the signal. And the first show, it goes out especially for night owls, but they're very well received, and I get reports coast to coast for both airings. The first one goes out at 2 a.m. Eastern every Saturday morning, 4840 kilohertz, and that's the first show that I do. The second show that I do goes out at midnight Eastern every Monday morning. I always say most of you would think of that as Sunday evening, and indeed, for listeners in Central Time Zone, that would be 11 p.m. Central, Sunday evening, 4840 kilohertz. In each broadcast, again, it's an hour in length, each show is, talk about the news of the day, talk about the news behind the news, give some news analysis. I oftentimes enjoy taking deep dives into international news, geopolitics, all of that sort of stuff. It's not a controversial show or anything, but I try to take a look at things beyond just, the political drivel and the celebrity gossip and all that trash that dominates the headlines. I try to look at, maybe things that are of actual consequence, especially worldwide, that don't really get the attention that maybe they ought to get. So I like to focus on those, and I'll throw in some public interest stories here and there, some evergreen, perhaps some scientific news, or just some interesting stories that might be a little amusing as well. And then I balance out the rest of the program with some listener music requests. I take and play your music requests, your song requests, and try to give some trivia, some shout-outs to listeners too. It's just a fun show where I try to inform and entertain whilst never blending the two. And anyway, in addition to those 2 main airings, the times might be a little iffy, I have many rebroadcasts throughout the week, almost 7 days a week, at all sorts of times, so there's many opportunities upon which you can tune in, and you could look again in the description, be that on YouTube, on the podcast platforms, you name it, or on YouTube, it's probably up on the screen right now, the full broadcast schedule, so there's many chances for you to listen in, and many opportunities to catch the broadcast. And lastly, for any listeners out there in Europe and Asia, remember that I also have a shortwave broadcast on the frequency of 17,810 kilohertz. And that broadcast airs every Monday. And that, again, is at the time of 15:30 UTC. So listeners on the east coast of North America, that would be 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It would be in the late afternoon to early evening for listeners across Europe and the Middle East. So that would be around 4:30 p.m. in London, 5:30 p.m. in Berlin, 6:30 p.m. in Moscow, and then as we go into the Middle East, 7 p.m. in Tehran, 8 p.m. in Kabul, 9 p.m. in New Delhi, India, 10:30 p.m. in Bangkok, Thailand, 11:30 p.m. in Perth, Australia. And that again is on the frequency of 17,810 kilohertz. That's 17810, 17.810 megahertz in a 16-meter band. That's transmitted with 250 kilowatts of power, so it has a very strong signal. It's beamed into a part of the world also where shortwave is still relevant and listened to. I actually had looked at some updated coverage maps of that broadcast recently, and the results are very encouraging, and they match the feedback that comes in. The absolute strongest signal of that transmission, even if anyone's curious, is in Ukraine, if you would believe it, especially the areas of Ukraine where the war is ongoing. Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhye, Kherson, Nikolaev, Odessa, all of those regions. That's where the absolute strongest signal is, as well as parts of Moldova, Romania, Crimea, and areas like Rostov in Russia. But you also have an extremely strong signal across much of Eastern and Central Europe. It extends then moving to the east, especially into parts of northern Syria, Iraq, all of Iran. There's another area of very strong reception on the coverage maps across Turkmenistan, all of Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, as well as Jammu and Kashmir, that whole area. And then the signal continues across India, across Nepal, West China, Myanmar, and then another area of very strong reception over Indonesia, Malaysia, and portions of northern and western Australia. So it covers a huge geographic area, that transmission. It's not cheap, but it gets out there, and it gets good feedback each and every week. And the coverage area really speaks for itself. So if you're anywhere out there in Europe or Asia, and anywhere else for that matter, and you have a radio, I would encourage you to try it out, check it out every Monday, 17,810 kilohertz, and see what you get. For any real estate agents, builders, or business professionals out there, first impressions matter. Whether you're selling a property, showcasing your work, or marketing yourself, high-quality visuals can make all the difference. And that's where multi-focus media comes in. We create stunning real estate photography, cinematic videos, and professional headshots to help you stand out. We specialize in real estate photography, cinematic walkthrough videos, aerial drone shots, and digital enhancements like virtual staging and floor plans. But we don't stop there. We also work with commercial builders and remodelers, capturing progress photos throughout a construction project and delivering final marketing images that showcase a builder or architect's craftsmanship. Beyond real estate, we also offer professional headshots at our studio in Central Connecticut, perfect for realtors, executives, and business owners who need a polished, professional image. Our clients trust us for next-day delivery, eye-catching visuals, and reliability. Whether you need a full suite of real estate marketing assets, progress documentation for a construction project, or a professional headshot that elevates your personal brand, we make the process seamless and stress-free. Unlike big box media companies, we tailor our services to your needs, giving you the personalized attention and high-quality results that make your listings, projects, and brand stand out. The success stories speak for themselves. One of our real estate clients told us, "I listed a home with multi-focus media's photos and video, and we had multiple offers within 24 hours. A builder we worked with said the progress photos you captured helped us keep our stakeholders updated, and the final images were perfect for our website and marketing materials. That's the power of great visuals. If you're a real estate professional, a commercial builder, or a business owner in Connecticut, let Multifocus Media help you stand out. You can visit their website, www.multifocusmedia.com, see their work, and book your next session. Whether it's a real estate shoot, construction project documentation, or professional headshot, we make sure you look your best. That again is multifocusmedia.com. Check out the website, see the results for yourself. Multifocus Media, because great visuals don't just capture attention, they create opportunities. So, with that said, tonight's program is going to be featuring a mailbag show. Like I said, we're just going to talk about whatever is in the email inbox and take it from there. I mentioned, though, that I would have a formal question for the next show, and I kept my word. I am a man of my word. So I indeed have a question for you. And what might that question be? The question for tonight's show is as follows, and we're going to leave this one pretty broad, because the more variety in answers, the better. Here's the question, and this is it's not the most philosophical or deep question in the world. I wanted to do one that's a little more fun and imaginative this time around, kind of lighthearted, actually. If you could have a superpower for just one day, what would you choose, and how would you use it? A day, of course, is defined by a 24-hour period. As far as a superpower is concerned, I'm just going to be very broad with it. It could pretty much be anything. It could be invisibility, it could be flying, it can be super strength, it could be X-ray vision, you could shoot lasers out of your eyes, you could read people's minds, etc. Any superpower. There's no real sort of strict list of any abilities that, it has to be this, but it can't be that. I'm not going to be that nitpicky with this question. Just any sort of extraordinary ability and superpower, but it could only be one, meaning you can't say that I'm going to be invisible and have the power of flying and super strength or anything like that. It can only be one or the other. You can't combine them. So it just has to be one superpower. You only have it for a span of 24 hours. So if you choose invisibility and you're out and about running amok, and then all of a sudden 24 hours is up, you're not going to be invisible anymore. And if you're doing something unfortunate, well, you're going to get caught, because you're not going to be invisible. Or if you're flying and you happen to be, tens of thousands of feet up in the air, and that 24-hour span is over with, well, you're going to plummet to your death unless you packed a parachute with you. So you're good for 24 hours only. If you want to be indestructible, that's fine. It's anything, any superpower. 24 hours, that's all you got. You could only choose one. How would you use it? What would you do with it? Would you help the world any? Would you get even with people who have done you wrong with life? Would you try to make a couple bucks? Would you try to make other people money? What would you do? Would you just get a superpower and then just bum around all day and not really do anything? How would you use it? And what superpower would it be? Could be a serious answer, could be a silly answer, could be lighthearted, it could be really anything. Have fun with it, and interpret as you will. Those are the only guidelines. Like I said, the question, if you could have a superpower for just one day, what would you choose, and how would you use it? Responses are welcome, long or short. VORWINFO@gmail.com. And that will be the subject for discussion in the next program, which I hope to do sometime in June. We'll set a deadline for responses for June 18th. That's Wednesday, the 18th of June. So you have really the early and through the middle of June to submit a response to that question. So you can take your time if you'd like. And lastly, shortwave radio. I broadcast on it. I promote it. It's a medium that, yes, it's not what it used to be, but it's still around, still has a little life in it, and it could still be a very important one as far as both emergency preparedness is concerned, avoiding censorship, finding interesting programming, alternative programming. There are still plenty of international broadcasters out there that can give a valuable global perspective on issues and countries that maybe you've never even really heard of before. I still find it a fun medium, and of course it's a medium upon which you can hear my broadcast on. If you're interested in shortwave radio and you want to get a radio to listen in on, I'm the person to ask. I'll recommend you some affordable but effective models of radios you could obtain to listen to my show, to listen to other shows, to have for, again, emergency purposes as well. All of these shortwave radios that I recommend also come with AM and FM reception, too. So if you want to listen to a music station on the FM, or some news radio, or a sports station on the AM, a lot of them also come with weather band, which can be very useful. Some even come with aircraft band, if you're an aviation enthusiast. So I've got a good list of, again, affordable radios out there that are also very effective. And if you're interested in getting a radio, shoot me an email. I'm going to die on this hill, so I'll still promote the medium, and I'll be happy to guide you along through it. And if you have a radio, and maybe you're experiencing some reception issues, maybe you're dealing with a lot of static or interference, you're wondering, are there some tips that I can employ that could allow me to hear more signals or get better reception of certain stations, I most certainly can help with that as well. So, any radio-related questions, advice, information, if you want to get into the medium, but like I said, you don't even know where to begin, shoot me an email, VORWINFO@gmail.com. I will gladly help you out, and like I said, something that it's my pleasure to assist with. And with that, speaking of the email, let's open it up now, dive into the mailbag, and let's take a look at what we have to read and respond to in tonight's program. VM from Finland writes, I've been listening to VORW since 2019. It is just today, about 6 years later, that I finally decided to send you an email because I have a question in my mind. Have you noticed that many people who write in tend to mimic your eloquent way with words and expressions, or am I just imagining it because you're the one reading them out loud? I believe such mimicry is natural human behavior, but I was still curious if you ever thought about it. Not to sound too much like you, I'll end this email with, see you later, alligator, VM from Finland. Very interesting question, and I have a few thoughts on it myself. You aren't the first to bring this up, although I do believe this may be the first time that this question has ever been formally asked, but I've seen people bring this up in comments, etc., as observations, and I've seen, believe it or not, a few people go as far, and this was mostly years ago, to conspiratorially posit that the correspondence that comes in is inorganic, with the implication that I'm actually just making up emails for myself, given the perceived similarities to what is read in the broadcast and my own manner of diction, etc. I find I find those comments to be quite silly, especially the latter, downright absurd. I think a lot of it has to do with simply how I read the comments, and I think no matter how one wishes to go about phrasing things and how their style of writing is, I have my means upon which I read things and impart my own interjections and comments, and sometimes a lot of things are sent my way, no offense to those who write them, but without any real punctuation, so as a result I sort of just employ that on the spot as I read it. So I may impart pauses, I may include occasional filler just to connect the various points so that it makes sense when things are being read. So, there are stylistic touches that I'm sure I do add to what is sent my way, and that's probably where the similarities come from. I think it just has to do with the fact, not necessarily mimicry. I mean, I'm sure there are people that, overtly or won't even realize it, just subconsciously, may take upon such characteristics. But I think in many cases, it really just has to do with how I read it. And if many of those same messages that maybe seem similar to how I articulate things were initially submitted and read in the words of the sender themselves, I think the differences would be quite evident, and it really wouldn't even be... It would be polar opposite, It would seem quite clear that things are written how they are, and I speak as I do, and those are two very separate, distinct things. So, like I said, it's an interesting question, and I've seen those points brought up before. I personally have never noticed it. I could only speak for myself. I've seen people say that, but I've never noticed it. But I think most of it just has to do with the fact that I read things, so as a result, it'll obviously come out how it does when I'm reading it, and as mentioned, perhaps my stylistic adjustments here and there for the sake of clarity will make things seem a bit similar when really that's not the intention. A very interesting comment there. Thanks for bringing that up. John from Delaware writes, "Now that Domino's has entered the stuffed crust pizza game, I was wondering how you would rank the 4 major pizza chains' stuffed crust offerings in terms of least favorite to favorite. Personally, I prefer Little Caesars deep dish stuffed crust to their classic stuffed crust, so I used that in my ranking, but I'd be interested into your thoughts on the matter. Thanks for always steering us away from bad fast food experiences and providing entertainment and insight during your podcasts and radio shows. Cheers, John from Delaware." John, thanks for writing in. Interesting question. This was a point that I believe I touched upon in the review that I did for Domino's stuffed crust pizza. I'm sure I addressed this in the review, although I'm not quite certain. Whether or not this was a permanent offering or not, I don't even remember. Quite frankly, I really don't. I have no idea. But it really wasn't bad as far as the stuffed crust pizza goes. So, ranking them, and this is just my opinion, personal taste here, personal preference. So I'll compare 4. We have Little Caesars, we have Papa John's, we have Domino's, and then we have Pizza Hut as far as the stuffed crust pizza is concerned. Least favorite is Little Caesars. The reason being is simply, and I think this is a matter of taste, it's not as though I have necessarily anything against Little Caesars, but these days I find the Little Caesars pizzas, for the most part, to be way too oily, way too greasy, and actually overloaded with everything to the point where it is personally unappealing to me. Now, I will say, Little Caesars they're the economy pizza place, you know? You're getting a pretty good bang for your buck, right? You're getting a good amount of food, not necessarily high quality, but a good amount of it for a price that, by and large, is inarguable. It's a good deal for the most part, but it's too greasy, it's too fatty, it's too oily, and just too much for me, to the point where it's not all that enjoyable. I didn't always feel that way, but that's how it is for me now. So, it's I think it's just a matter of preference. Little Caesars is the lowest. Following that, it gets more difficult because of the remaining three, I could tell you this. Pizza Hut is at the top. I think they still do it best. The quality has slipped over the years, but what hasn't? But Pizza Hut is definitely at the top. I just think it's the best quality. So Pizza Hut's at the top, Little Caesars is at the bottom, but then you have Papa John's and you have Domino's in the middle, and I'm really not sure what order they should go in. I'm really not sure on that. Because Papa John's is pretty good quality. It's as far as the stuffed crust goes. But the crust itself isn't really seasoned, which I think is a major selling point for a good stuffed crust pizza. Such a pity that Pizza Hut doesn't really do that much anymore either. However, Domino's does, and the quality of the Domino's is slightly lower than Papa John's, but it has that seasoning on the crust, and the crust itself is of slightly higher quality. Boy, that's a difficult question. All I could really say is that Pizza Hut is definitely at the top, Little Caesars is at the bottom. I would say Domino's and Papa John's are about equal. They have their distinct advantages, and it sort of cancels out. So, that's, I'd say, where things stand in that regard. A good question. Andy writes, I want to know what you did for fun in your youth, and was it similar to now? And if time travel was real, where would you take your younger self in today's time, and why? Take care, from Andy. Thank you, Andy. Interesting question. Well, for the latter question, this isn't going to be the answer you want. This is such a killjoy answer right here, but nevertheless, I'll answer it as such. I wouldn't take my younger self to today's time, and I wouldn't dare do such a thing. I would let my... Now, would I certainly like to go back into the past and even go back, heck, even just 10, 20 years ago and stay there? Absolutely. But with the context and understanding of where things are in the present relative to the past, versus taking someone from the past with no context or understanding and bringing them to the future. I just think of that hypothetically. So, I don't know, I couldn't really do that to myself. Thinking back, when I was a kid, did I even really want to time travel into the future? Not at all. As a matter of fact, I looked at the 2020s almost with a sort of aspect of fear to it. It's hard to explain why, but no, I couldn't do it. I would let my past self stay in the past, and there's nothing really in the present that I would even so much as want to show my younger self. I would let my younger self stay in the past and appreciate it for what it is. Now, regardless of that horrid answer, I'm sure, what did I do for fun in my youth, and was it similar to now? There were similarities and there are differences, you know. I know for me, when I was a kid, I had more energy, so I went out a lot more. And amusingly, and I suppose I was a bit of an anomaly, I didn't really use the computer much when I was a kid. Like I said, this might sound hard to believe, but I didn't really get online until I was a teenager. And you heard that right. I did not get online until I was a teenager for the most part, so I was disconnected, and it was merely by choice. I had opportunities, but the interest really just wasn't there. So, you know, I spent my free time as a kid not online, not on social media, which was, you know, there wasn't a ton of social media. It wasn't like now where you have a smartphone and you could be on TikTok all day or anything like that. But, no, I enjoyed reading. I enjoyed watching various stuff on television. I enjoyed Lego at the time, had fun making various Lego sets, had, you know, some toy soldiers and stuff that I liked. Those were always fun, make little setups with them. I had a scooter that I would go and explore the neighborhood on. You know, not an electric scooter, just your regular one. And very amateur photography with disposable cameras. Occasional video games, but again, I really wasn't a video game person. I still am not. You know, the interest just wasn't all that strong. And no, I still enjoyed going for walks, hiking, all that good stuff. You know, just those were a lot of my interests. And radio really started getting involved, I would say, around the time I was maybe... Because, you know, there is a tie-in. I've always enjoyed radio. I first really started getting into radio back... Oh gosh, it was before I was 10 years old. Maybe I was like 7 or 8 years old. And it didn't start with shortwave. It didn't even start with AM or FM radio, but my interest in radio actually started with two-way communications through a police scanner, you know, one of those VHF, UHF scanners. And I think that's still the thing these days. I know a lot of police departments and the like have started encrypting their communications, but I think on those scanners, you know, you could still listen to certain things, like maybe the air band and various, you know, there's still various two-way communication services. There's still some police departments that don't have it digitally encrypted, maybe some fire departments or EMS and certain services that you could still, I'm sure, listen to, but I remember there was this tabletop scanner that belonged to my father, and, you know, he didn't really listen to it all that much, but it was there, and I remember one night he actually did have it on and was, well, scanning around on it, and I was immediately captivated by it, and I was so fascinated that just by scanning through these various frequencies, and it was actually a pretty decent setup that he had. It was, this was like, you know, an old, probably 90s, I forget the name, probably like Radio Shack or something, scanner. Picked up a wide range of frequencies. Again, not shortwave, but the stuff higher up than that. It actually started at 31 megahertz, which is right where the shortwave spectrum ends. And it was of good quality, and it actually had an external antenna hooked up to it that was up in the attic that, yeah, so you could get some pretty good range on it. I mean, you could hear signals as far away as, this was in southern New York, so I could get all the communications from New York City, and the lower to even middle Hudson Valley. I think I could get a lot of stuff from New Jersey, Connecticut, and on some good days, even as far as maybe the Philadelphia area of Pennsylvania, and I think there was one instance where I was able to hear something from northern Maryland. The propagation, the distance these signals travel isn't anywhere near as far, but, you could still get some good catches, and there was a good antenna, and, anyway, I was absolutely captivated by the fact that I remember him scanning around, hearing the local police department, then pressing a button and being able to listen to, airplanes coming in on approach to, Newark Airport, for instance, and then be able to scan around again and listen to the, the NYPD and some of the different ambulance services and all this sort of stuff that was just fascinating to me. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I thought, no way, so you actually have this device that you could listen to all these two-way communications. You could listen to the police, you could listen to airplanes, you could listen to people on walkie-talkies, all this stuff. I thought, this is fascinating. And I asked, can I get to learn this thing and maybe start using it? He obliged. He said, yeah, sure, and gave me a book about it. And, this was, like I said, I didn't really use the internet, but there was a book that had all these different frequencies and stuff that I could plug into it. So after I got the hang of how this police scanner worked, I started going wild with the thing and just started scanning through every frequency I could find, picking up these various data transmissions, picked up the NOAA weather radio transmissions, the 2-meter amateur radio band. I was able to pick up the, even I think some studio transmitter links for some of the television stations. And again, I was like 7 or 8 years old. Anyway, I made it a point, because I remember that walkie-talkies and various radios played a very prominent role in both the school buses that I had to ride to and from school, but also, in the school itself. A lot of the janitorial staff, etc., had walkie-talkies and stuff, and, that they would use for communication during the school day. So I made it a point to go into this book and find the frequencies for both my school and the bus company, and I successfully found them and plugged them into the scanner. So one of my favorite pastimes after school would be to eavesdrop in the on the communications from the school buses, particularly, and sometimes if I were home, if I were sick or anything, sometimes I would have fun, listening to the communications from the school as well. And granted, those didn't come through as well, because those were just handheld walkie-talkies. But like I said, I had a pretty good antenna to work with. And that's really how I first started getting into radio, even as a kid, just like at the age of 7 or so. Started doing that. I never looked back. And, the interest changed with time. It sort of just naturally grew. So it started out with being interested in, two-way communications. That lasted for years, I'm talking. That was my main radio-related interest. Like I said, for years it was that. But then that eventually changed, maybe when I was around 11 or so, 10 or 11, I would say, when I was gifted this little MP3 player that had a built-in FM radio on it. And I really enjoyed that aspect. I started listening to the FM radio stations and had some headphones, so I could easily listen whenever I wanted to. But at that point in time, I was already just naturally, my circadian rhythm as it is, was being a night owl. So there were many nights where I would be laying there in bed unable to sleep. So I would pull out that little MP3 player with the FM radio and start scanning around on it. And I had my favorite stations, and then there were also some stations that I enjoyed the distance aspect from. I remember there was this one station from more upstate New York that I could only get a sort of clear signal from if I vertically held my arm, with this MP3 player, because again, there wasn't really any antenna on it either, so you sort of had to make do with it. But if I held it up at a certain angle, I was able to get the signal from this one station up in upstate New York. And I had this fascination with wanting to be able to hear the distant FM radio stations, and, the aspect, again, of distance fascinated me. And while the interest with the scanner still persisted, my interest started focusing more now on broadcasting, and instead of two-way communications, more toward radio stations themselves. And then I started getting into AM radio, and I'd heard of shortwave radio, but I didn't really know much about it. And I do remember thinking, though, as I was interested in radio and even the distance aspect of it, I remember thinking, wouldn't it have been amazing, I thought to myself, if there were radio stations out there that had the coverage area of an entire country or an entire continent and not just this local vicinity. I thought that would be the coolest thing. So then, eventually, let's say when I was around... Now I was a bit older, I was around 15 or so, 14 or 15. I read online at this point about UVB 76, the buzzer, right? Which, even to this day, you still see articles about that, but especially years ago, around 2012, 2011 or so, it really became a thing, and I was fascinated by it. I wanted to listen. I wanted to listen to the buzzer and hear one of the secret messages, which now the appeal for that is just gone for me. It's like it's a channel marker, and that's it. But, there's initially that mystique, and you want to hear the message. And I was able to find something and come across a feed that was from a radio receiver, I think, in Ukraine or something, that someone was just live streaming to the internet. And I thought that was cool. At some point I came across, though, the WebSDR, and yes, those have been around that long, in the Netherlands there, at the University of Twente in the Netherlands. And at first I was overwhelmed by it. I thought, okay, I like radio and all, but this is out of my league. This stuff looks like the controls to, a spacecraft or something. I had no idea what all these buttons did or anything, but I started playing around, and I started thinking, okay, I figured out the frequency for the buzzer, and I was trying to understand, well, what exactly is shortwave, and how does it differ from, the AM, FM, and the scanner stuff that I'm familiar with? Well, eventually, it clicked all of a sudden, and I thought, wait a minute. So, you're telling me that the shortwave spectrum features both two-way communications, like what I can hear to an extent on this scanner that had captivated me so much, and it features one-way communications in the form of actual radio stations, and the coverage area of all of these isn't just local, it isn't regional, it's not even national, but it's international. And I thought, wow, this is everything I'd ever wanted in radio, literally combined into one thing. And there was no turning back after that, and that's when shortwave took over as my primary interest, and remains so to this day. And I know that was a very long, droning, probably boring answer, but it gave me the opportunity to tell that story, so I did just that. Andy, thank you for writing in. Darren from Illinois writes, I always had an interest in suits and always enjoyed that aspect of your videos. Last few years I've been wearing suits more, mostly, when I go out, especially the older styles. I have a few ones from the 80s, but they are harder to find. And other than that, I like three-piece suits from the 1920s style, like thicker wool and tweed. There are a few websites I buy, and I think they're from China, though they are ones that I like. Even though they're mostly modern-looking, with smaller lapels and not as long, since real old ones are few and far between. One website I buy is bdtailormade.com to give you an idea what they look like. But I bought a few, and they're pretty decent, considering. Put in the measurements, they always arrive fitting good. I've gotten compliments from older people, one saying it's nice to see younger people dressing nice. P.S. was born in 97. So Darren from Illinois checks in, a well-dressed listener. Let's check out this website. Let's take a look. I haven't even looked at it yet, so this is going to be... I'm going in blind. Let's take a look. So what is this? bdtailormade.com. So this is where you get some of your suits from. I have the understanding. Okay. Here we go. Oh yeah, three-piece suits. I could see why you like it. Three-piece suits are very prominently featured. And price-wise isn't bad. Oh yeah, I could see why you like this site so much. It's exactly, I could see like the thicker wool and the tweed as well. It's exactly what you're interested in. I could see why you like it. No, I mean the jackets, yes, they are more modern to an extent, but they don't look like they're tight fit or anything. And the suits are all in a very, I would say, conservative, traditional style, nothing that's overly loud or anything, which a lot of these are various color combinations that, I would wear. I'm curious, though, how the pants are. That's a big selling point for me. Let's look at this one. Navy pinstripe tweed three-piece suit. See, the one thing for me would be how the pants are. And I see that there are, various customizations that you can add to this, extras. These are nice. Yeah, definitely what I would do as far as the trouser customizations. It says there's a thing you can click for 10 extra bucks. It says high waist trousers. Definitely that. I always do high waist. 2 pleats. Definitely that too. But the thing that I just wonder, for instance, is how the general fit as far as the pants is concerned, because this is just a matter of preference. This is how it is for me. I'm a skeleton, essentially, these days, but I like the fit, and I like the way that it looks, where I like the clothing that is not form-fitting, I like wide leg pants, and very drapey, very roomy, it's just how I feel comfortable physically, but I also like the way that it looks. And when I wear clothing, my goal is to essentially be formless, and I don't really wear the suits. I wear it because that's what I like to wear, and it's how I feel comfortable wearing. A lot of people I know, and it's crazy also, and this is another tangent. I'm trying to think what order I even want to get these thoughts out in. I guess I'll go with this one first, and then okay, I'm sort of talking to myself. So, I was just saying, a lot of people, when they wear suits, especially contemporary slim-fit suits, and I understand it, people want to look good, they want to wear suits these days, if they are to, which is a point that I'll be getting to next, in a manner that they look good by contemporary definition. They want to look modern, and again, they want to fit in with what is considered good societally. So, a lot of that involves suits that are either very bold and are in configurations that may not even resemble the standard suit, with the matching jacket, pants, and tie. But more so, I feel like you've either got people that will wear suits that are still slim fit. My God, the trend has never even, it's been like 20 years, well, not quite, but it's getting there. And I was almost going to say something, the slim fit suits are still there. I'm in disbelief, talk about, I think a lot of that has to come down to greed too, but those things are still just pushed on the rack. Year after year after year after, they never go away. It's amazing, they never go away. And like I said, I think a lot of that simply comes down to corporate greed, where just, keep the price the same, but just sell less fabric, Especially now when fewer people are wearing suits, they actually are losing money, so they're trying to find ways, to make as much as possible, given the way things are. But at the same time, you get people that wear these tight, slim-fit suits, and they wear it not necessarily because it's just contemporary, but they like it because it's form-fitting, and, well, they want to show the world what they got. I detest that attitude. Now, if someone wants to do that, I can't control how someone is, but I personally hate that attitude. And I feel how I feel about it. Doesn't mean I'm going to go on some crusade and stop someone from, but I would not be caught dead wearing anything even remotely like that. My own personal style is so it's the polar opposite of that in every conceivable way. And like I said, this is just how I like to present myself. It's in a manner that, I guess for lack of a better word, by standards, today would be so on the conservative end of the spectrum, it's almost in a category of its own. It's almost foreign at this point to anything you really see, wherein, I feel so exposed, for lack of a better word, that I only wear multiple layers at this point. Because even just wearing, even if it's a formal dress shirt and tie, I feel exposed wearing that. I feel indecent. And I can't help how I feel. So, simply wearing that, and mind you, that would be, all the fits of everything that I wear are intentionally of a looser, but also more traditional fit, going back to the 1980s, 1990s, and before. So even if I were wearing a dress shirt, which is always, it's not some sort of muscle shirt or anything, that's a skin tight, it's more like what you would expect, some accountant from the mid-1990s wearing, very roomy dress shirt, white in color, and, I'll tell you what I'm wearing right now. I'm wearing a white dress shirt that's vintage from the 90s, with, a pressed collar, turned-down collar. I'm wearing a pair of gray dress pants. It's like a darker gray with a very faint pinstripe in them, also from the 90s. But they're wide leg, that's the thing, they're very roomy, very wide leg, drapey. So there is absolutely no sort of resistance whatsoever. There is inches of extra space that runs down the entirety of the leg, and they're wide leg pants, and so they have a smoothness, and they're very comfortable. They are pleated, of course, with a nice crease as well. And I have dark socks and black shoes that I have accompanied with them, and a black belt as well. I always just wear black belt and shoes. But like I said, all of that isn't enough. Like I said, I feel exposed simply wearing that alone. So then over that, I think of it as a house coat. There's no other way to really describe it. It's black, single-breasted, but, it's something that could be worn, I would say, formally or informally. A lot of people can just wear it. Like I said, I call it a house coat. It's black in color. It's warm though. It's like a sweater, And you might say, how could you wear that in Florida? I just do. It's comfortable to me. But long sleeves. It has a very good drape to it, but the length of it. And I'll stand up right now for reference, so I know what I'm talking about. Has 5 buttons, 2 good pockets on the front, and it's lower than knee length. It is a full length. It's like an old school, almost like a top coat of sorts that, you would see people just wearing. It's not like a cloak or anything, though some would probably regard it as that. It's just, like I said, it's a house coat. But I have a bunch of those. I have like 5 of them because I wear them every single day at this point. Initially, this is sort of what this is my casual wear, but this is the least that I feel comfortable wearing. If I'm going to wear a shirt and tie, I have this full-length coat that, and it's not thick, it's pretty thin, but it's still warm. And, like I said, it just looks like an old school, almost looks like something you would expect like a Harry Potter professor wearing or something. But I wear that over a shirt and tie because, as a result, it covers everything up and makes me, absolutely formless. And I have, this full-length garment over everything, and of course at the top you could still, it obviously has the V shape at the top, similar to how any sort of men's overcoat or whatever would have, so you could clearly see the collar and tie and everything for a bit. But I'll wear that if I'm not wearing a full suit. And it's sort of an evolution of even my casual wear. And it's funny how it is. For a while, I used to just be content with wearing, and I've always been this way. I've always felt like I always wanted to have another layer atop, even if I'm just wearing a shirt and tie. So for a while, it would just be a cardigan sweater. But the thing with that is that I always felt, even then, a little indecent that the cardigan sweater only went slightly to the waist or slightly below. I wanted something longer than that. So now having something that goes below knee length is much more what I'm interested in. So that level of formality that I personally have, especially in 2025, is unprecedented. That's why I say it goes so far that it's like in a category of its own. And I will also emphasize, I don't wear this for any sort of costuming. I don't wear this as sort of any sort of cosplay. I wear this as just completely dead serious, everyday wear. I'm wearing this here at the microphone. I don't even leave the house. I almost never even leave, and yet I still wear this every single day. This is just the way that I am, and I'm not going to change that. I'm sure there's still some folks out there listening in that sort of understand, even if you dress casually, you have your limit as to how casual you would push things, as far as, let's say, what you would wear to even the grocery store, right? And there are some people that I'm sure would feel totally fine wearing, just like a very casual tank top shirt just to the grocery store or something. But there might be some people that might, if they wore that, just feel a little weird. And maybe you'd prefer a t-shirt or something, or maybe a button-down shirt, or something more than that. Right? It gets to a point, everyone has their limits. If not that, imagine just going, if you think, a tank top's fine, well, imagine going to the grocery store in your underwear, then you might feel a bit weird. And the way things are today, you might be allowed technically to do that, in some places, but it might just feel, you might draw the line there. It's like, no, I can't do that. It feels too weird. I can't get myself to do that. It feels wrong, I get that feeling, like I said, if I'm sitting here in a dress shirt and tie and don't have that additional layer over it. Anyway, it's just my personal style. It's an anomaly. But one thing that is getting more anomalous these days is even the wearing of suits in and of themselves. And good on you for still holding the line, though. I personally commend you for doing that. Suits have actually really declined even more so since 2020, since COVID and all of that. That's a second great decline, I believe, in the wearing of suits, especially in the Western world, that is seemingly going unnoticed. And you don't really think about how much more commonplace suits actually were in day-to-day life, even before COVID, even just in 2019 and before, until you really think about it. And, it saddens me in a way. I wish it weren't so, but it's the way it is. And that's all there is to it. But I would be willing to wager that before 2020, I would say, between 15 and 20% of men, let's say in the United States, still wore suits fairly regularly. And be that to work, be that to nice restaurants, be that to outings, be that to church, etc. And now I would say in 2025 that number has probably dropped down to maybe 2 to 3%. And it's something that I notice, but that's because, I have these interests, and I'll take the time to notice these things, but for many it's just gone unnoticed. It's just, when everything was shut down and locked down, and as soon as those orders were given, they put the suits away and never put them back on. Fascinating. Fascinating how it is. If you really want to go on a deep dive, and this is how I've done this. I'm not even ashamed to admit it. You could go ahead and you can verify this on your own. Start watching videos of, first-person POV walking tour videos in places such as New York City, particularly Manhattan. Look at, Midtown Manhattan and downtown near Wall Street, and start comparing footage. Look at that first-person POV footage from 2024 and 2025, then compare it to anything from 2019 or earlier, and you will notice immediately. For instance, if you watch just even, let's say, a 3-minute span, you might notice today from footage from and sometimes I'll watch these walking tour videos just because it's, like I said, I don't really get out much. So it's fun to sort of live vicariously through it and sort of take everything in. I just find them interesting, but I'll also observe things, at the same time. And, for instance, as an example, there was a recent walking tour from just a few days ago from Wall Street, and someone was out there walking around near the New York Stock Exchange while the whole tariff situation was going on, and I would say, and I'm just taking a guess off the top of my head, but maybe in a 3-minute span in a heavily trafficked area, they might have been 5 people out of hundreds that were wearing full suits still. So it's not totally dead, but just 5. And this is, like I said, right outside the New York Stock Exchange. Whereas, if you were to go back to 2019, there would be dozens, at least. And then if you went back, to the 90s, there would probably be hundreds. And, yes, a lot of this stuff was worn, mandated. It's not like there was much of a say in the manner, but it just goes to show how things have changed, and how they've especially changed since 2020. Anyway, random thought came to mind there. Darren in Illinois checking in. What's this? Looks like a new email came in. Oh, look at that. Listener question. I kid you not, 2 minutes ago, so talk about fresh off the presses right here. This listener writes, I hope you're doing well. I'm a listener from Japan, and I wanted to share something personal with you. I'm in my early 30s now, and recently I've discovered a new dream. I want to travel abroad and eventually try living in another country for a while. It's probably going to take a few more years before I can make it happen, due to my current job. But listening to your podcast, hearing the way you talk about life and the experiences of different people has been a big encouragement to me. It reminds me that it's never too late to pursue something meaningful. If you don't mind, I'd love to ask you this. Do you have any advice for someone trying not to give up on their dream, even when it feels far away? Thank you always for the wonderful show. Warm regards. And that comes from Sukino. So thank you for your question. That's actually a very good question, and purely by chance, but I'm happy I was able to catch that one literally as soon as it came in. Just saw the number of unread emails go up by one. I thought, let's check this out. Glad I did. It's a very good question, as I mentioned, that you ask. And, the advice... Sometimes there isn't any good way of really going about this, There isn't any sort of foolproof advice that I could say, okay, just do this, and this, and give a neat, organized list and say, okay, just follow these rules and everything's going to work out, and, this dream is going to easily be attainable. It doesn't really work that way. All I'll do is just give a little bit of an anecdote of how it was for me, and, how that ended up. What I would say, it's a combination, I think, of being in a certain mindset, whilst also taking into account practical tips likewise. So for instance, in your case, in regards to wanting to eventually travel abroad and perhaps even live in another country for a while, it should be a combination of both financial planning, which I understand is easily said than done, but at the same time I'll already add the fact that you have more likely than not a realistic expectation of the timeline, knowing that it might take a few years before this may necessarily be feasible, given your employment situation. You may not see it this way, but that's already a step in the right direction toward realizing your dream, by having a realistic attitude toward things. So there could be certain things, for instance, such as even just taking into account and researching various means of budgeting and being able to develop, a form of savings or expound upon what you already have in order to give yourself that sort of financial leeway down the road that will then allow you to realize this dream, hopefully for, a period of time that you would like to do that for. So you have the practical advice like that, being able to, budget, research, right, where you want to go, begin making plans, start planning things out, and with your free time, just start researching various topics and subjects and note things down, and start planning this out, start the organizational process, even if it cannot be exacted upon right away. The fact that you're already doing this, getting the ball rolling, it's helping you get better versed in what you find to be of interest, And then once you have the ability and means to comfortably do so, you know exactly what you want, you'll know exactly what you'll be able to do, and you'll be able to make this really as easy and smooth as possible. Now, that's the practical advice, and there's a lot more to it, of course, that's circumstantial and really just depends person to person, but this is something that anyone could really do. So, the second part, which I would say is more difficult than the first, is being able to stay motivated and have the willpower to follow through with everything, even if it may take some time. And that, right then and there, isn't that the crux of it? And a lot of it, I think, just comes down to, well, what keeps you going in life? What keeps you going from one day to the next? What's something that you look forward to in life? What's something that can serve, so to speak, as that point of motivation, even if it seems unattainable right now, something that you could think about those what-if possibilities, and, can make you happy to think about, for instance, and it can be fun to think about and can be enjoyable to think about, something that, in that manner, can be consistently so. And then you just have to combine that thought process into the practical steps that you're taking, and sort of combine the two in a natural manner, which, as I said, is far easier said than done. Now, I'll give the example that I do oftentimes with this YouTube channel of mine. All of this, I think I've said this before, it all started out purely by chance, and even when I decided to pursue the YouTube as a full-time undertaking, I did it with no guarantee of success whatsoever. So it wasn't, in my case, like the videos on my end were getting hundreds of thousands of views regularly, and then I decided to go ahead and monetize the YouTube channel or anything like that. It was the other way around, and success was never guaranteed. In my case, I started it out 14 years ago just as something fun to do on the weekends, and for a while, up until 2013, my videos got maybe 50 views per video. That's it. I had 200 subscribers for the first 2 years of my channel. But I kept uploading and doing it because I enjoyed doing it. I couldn't really care less about the analytics. And then, in 2013, the channel ended up getting attention, but one point that I always emphasize is that things didn't really consistently blow up until maybe 2017 or so, and especially 2018. So even though in 2013 the YouTube channel got some attention, it certainly increased the amount of views that I got regularly from maybe, 50 to maybe at the time, I would say maybe 2,500 to maybe 5,000 views per video or so. Somewhere around there, I would say. Occasionally, maybe it would go down to maybe 1,000 or so. Maybe it would peak at around 7,000 or so. And that's obviously a huge increase from just 50, but at the same time, it's a far cry from getting 250,000 views, per video or anything like that. There's a huge difference there. However, that's the way that, the analytics were, again, all the way up until it started changing in 2016, but especially 2017. And I decided to start pursuing monetization on the YouTube channel and start making it a livelihood in 2015. I emphasize that just by simply saying that when I started looking at the YouTube channel from the possibility even of maybe trying to actually make this work as far as, being able to try to earn a living from it, it wasn't in a position where it was merely like, oh, let me just click a button, enable the monetization, and boom, everything's set. It's easy as that. It wasn't like that. I had some room to work with, but like I said, it was very different from how it was now, analytically. And when I first monetized the channel in 2015, there were, if I earned initially a month where I earned $50, I kid you not, that was a good month. And I remember sitting there thinking, looking at the analytics, this is like now by late 2015 or so, I remember looking at the analytics and I remember thinking to myself, imagine even if I could get the channel up to 100,000 subscribers, that might actually be enough that I could make this work. Now, at the same time, one thing that motivated me to try to do something with all of this is the fact that I did not, nor do I still to this day, know what else to do with my life. So this finally gave me, something that I could actually call maybe a purpose or something. So I started treating it thusly. At the same time, though, because I thought to myself, well, I could try to make something work with the YouTube channel here, and at least feel all right about it, I would prefer doing that and being happy in life, even if that meant living an existence wherein I didn't have much in the way of finances or possessions. I would rather that than live an existence wherein I might have a little bit more money, but I would have no time and hate every second of my life. Now, I understand that's a lot easier said than done. I was in a position wherein I could do that, but of course, there are many, many folks out there wherein they've responsibilities and it's not so easy to adopt that attitude, and that's understandable. It's circumstantial. But I was all right with, if it came to it, living in a trailer, living, even if it meant living out of my car, living in a really cheap apartment. I was okay with that. It might not really seem befitting of me, perhaps, but that's my attitude. I'm okay with that. So, my definition, I suppose, of success that I was pursuing maybe isn't... It's very modest, I suppose. If I was able to get enough that could allow me to at least survive, that's good enough for me. I always say it's like when you have a lot of people that want to just shoot for the stars. I'm okay with just the little breadcrumbs, here and there. That's enough for me. And anything else on top of that, it's great and all, but, it's not... even just those breadcrumbs is good enough for me. I was all right with living, which I did for a time, a very humble existence. I didn't really own anything, aside from the clothes on my back and my laptop. I really didn't own anything, I had a means to get around. I had some clothes, and had my radio and a laptop, and that was really, that was all that I had to my name, essentially. And I was still determined, though, because, I gotta tell you what, even when, by a lot of those modern standards, I was dirt poor, there are times where I think back to that, I couldn't even begin to tell you how happy I was. And having that sort of freedom, despite my circumstance, was, and still is, one of the best feelings in the world. And that doesn't mean that every day was a good day. It doesn't mean that life wasn't without its troubles or difficulties. It had plenty, but there likewise are many, instances from that time before the YouTube channel really took off and before the future became more solid that, still I think back to that and just sort of makes me smile to think about, But anyway, it was that sort of motivation there that I said, no, this is unconventional, and I know people will see it how they see it, and they'll think what they will, but this brings me happiness in life, and I'm going to, try to the best of my ability to make something of this. And like I said, maybe it's easy for me to say because I didn't really have the bar all that high. And what I was measuring as what would be sort of a mission accomplished would be so low by comparison for many, that maybe that's, hey, you're real one to talk, right? If you're okay living that sort of life. I don't know. I could only talk for myself. But even then, nothing was guaranteed. And especially relying on YouTube and everything, and having to make those initial moves to, begin focusing that this is the life that I'm going to live. Yeah, of course, it doesn't go over well with some people. And there's no other way to do it than to sort of have, eventually, moments that you'd prefer not to, and exchanges that you'd perhaps prefer to avoid. Sometimes, trying to live the life you want to live, do what you want to do, it's not all easy. It comes with moments that you prefer, maybe you just wish you could sort of skip past it. There's difficulties involved. But in the end, despite how uncomfortable things were sometimes, am I glad that I saw it through? 100%. If I had let everything intimidate me and get the better of me, I wouldn't be where I am now. If I had just given up and said, no, you know what, I can't deal with this, forget it, I'm gonna give up on it. Like I said, things wouldn't have ever turned out then the way that they ended up. So, you just never know. That's what I'm trying to say, is that you never know what the future holds. In my case, I had my goal, but nothing was set in stone. Nothing was guaranteed. Not even remotely. And there wasn't, for one single second, a time where in 2015 and 2016, when I was really just trying to work hard to try to grow the channel a bit and try to make something of it, where I would have ever thought that not only would I actually end up succeeding in that, but to an extent that far exceeded anything I ever could have envisioned. Never in a million years, because that was never the intention. Like I said, I was okay with just the little, the breadcrumbs. If it could, if I could use it to just live a very frugal existence, I was all right with that. And I was totally willing to live that way, but things turned out in such a way that it still feels surreal. It really does. So in conclusion, I just want to say that having that goal in mind, hold on to it, Focus on it just bit by bit, even if you sort of break it down into subcategories, and then start looking forward to some of those which maybe are a little more attainable. But at the same time, just think, cliched that this is, yes, it really does happen. I could tell you that firsthand, that sometimes life has a way about it. Sometimes things can be realized in ways that you never would have seen coming, and in ways that could far exceed your expectations by any conceivable metric. But for that to even be so much as possible, you have to metaphorically have your hat in the ring, and you can't give up. Because I know if I had given up, and if I said, no, I'm just going to delete the channel, and I'm not going to do this anymore, then obviously this never would have happened, and I wouldn't be here at the microphone right now, and you would never even have listened to this, because it wouldn't even exist. So, there's going to be good times, there's going to be bad times. It's not going to be easy, but you have to think about what makes you happy in life. Essentially, extreme as it may sound, what do you live for, What's something that gives you hope for the future? Something that you think, this is why I want to, what I want to do with my life, and what sort of keeps me going. Think about those things, and just don't let go of it. That's all I could really say. And just combine everything there, and you'll find better guides, I'm sure, online that essentially can sum everything up far better and offer far better advice. But I'm just speaking about my own experiences and how things were on my end. What a fascinating email that was. Like I said, so glad I checked it. And I really do. I mean this. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. And I hope that dream of yours is able to be realized perhaps far sooner than you ever thought possible. Now, I really wish you the best of luck, and I want to see you succeed, and I mean that sincerely. Thank you for writing in. Well, this is an interesting question, but I think my answer is going to be very underwhelming to most anyone, so be warned in advance. It's going to be very underwhelming. Oh, you stupid fence sitter, it's what people will probably think, but it is genuinely how I feel these days. I wouldn't have always given this answer, but I'm actually just giving you my honest thoughts on this. And number one, I think it comes down to the individual. I don't think, this is my opinion, that there is a right or wrong answer to this question. As you will see, it's so open-ended. I really think, in my opinion, it's whatever you believe. That's the fair answer, and I think that's the real answer. It's whatever you believe and however you see it. Now, this comes in from Jamie in Las Vegas, Nevada, who says, thank you for always making the time to speak to us through your podcasts and radio shows. I really do appreciate it. And this was sent in a few days ago, so you write, tomorrow, April 8th, this was at the time, again, this was sent, will mark 4 years since my mom passed away, and I was curious as to your thoughts on what you believe happens when we die. Do you think we reunite with our loved ones, or instead get born into another life form of sorts with no knowledge of the previous life? So from Jamie in Las Vegas, Nevada. And number one, I just want to extend, of course, my condolences. I'm sorry for your loss, Jamie. And I certainly know how difficult it is, losing close family, especially those very dear to us. And I know people say that, time heals it. I disagree with that. It doesn't heal it. It just changes things, that's all. But I'm sorry for your loss. Now, like I said, in regards to your question, I really think that it just comes to because there's no way to verify anything at this point. It's what you believe, right? It's what feels right to you. My answer these days, and this is about as underwhelming as it gets, I don't care. That's how I see it. What happens, I don't care. And I can't change how I feel about it, It is what it is. All I can say is that in life, I will certainly try to be the best I can be, with many a flaw, of course. We're only human. But certainly keep my head up and try to be the best I can be from one day to the next. But what happens beyond that, for however long I have, look, I could keel over tomorrow, could be dead in 10 years, could hang around for 50 years. You know, it all, I don't know what the future holds. I've no crystal ball. It's out of my control, it's out of my hands, and anything that comes next is what it is. But if there is anything, it's obviously something so far greater than myself that I merely look at it that it's out of my hands, and the role upon which I play in things is therefore so minuscule that it merely is what it is. And that's just how I look at it, you know? But death isn't anything that I look at with fear anymore, and not even so much as resignation. I think it is what it is, you know? And that's my attitude toward it at this point. It is what it is. When it happens, it'll be what it is. So that's my view of things. But personally, I think it should really just be whatever what you personally believe. And it could certainly involve a lot of research, you know, start looking into things that really make sense to you, to your philosophy, to your manner of living, and what resonates most with you. And understand at the same time that, you know, things can certainly change, and things with time, they certainly can. They have on my end, you know. It just comes to the individual, in my opinion. It's whatever feels right to you. That's the best I could offer. There was a little bit of a break, admittedly, and like I said, and I've done this in the past, I'm open about when this happens as far as the recording of this program is concerned. So now I'm back at the microphone and just trying to catch up, because there are a bunch more emails that I want to read. And as is tradition, or at least as seems to be tradition, I didn't I didn't mark down. Well, I have a bunch in a folder, but I'm trying to find any that sort of missed the boat. It's this one. No, that one's spam. Okay. Content suggestion. I've been a new viewer, enjoying your videos and radio show, and I've thought of a couple of content ideas if you're ever getting bored or running out of new content. First one I thought of is you eating something incredibly spicy. I've seen more videos appearing on my feed of people eating the Carolina Reaper pepper, or the super spicy chip called Pocky. I'm sure you eating something extremely spicy would pour in more views and subscribers. We love your reactions and want to view it through different experiences, but if you do this challenge, I'd recommend having someone there to help you with and have plenty of milk or ice cream. Interjecting, I've seen videos of that Pocky chip. I think, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know if this was ever resolved legally speaking, but I think there were a few people that alleged that, you know, friends or loved ones of theirs died from eating that thing, but I'm not sure if that was ever proven or if it was determined that there were significant comorbidities that had a role to play likewise. But either way, would I want to subject myself to that chip? No, I wouldn't. There was a time, I don't know if you remember this video, but years ago, back in 2013 it was, I reviewed, and it was a local chain up in New York. I think it's still around, called Planet Wings, and as the name implies, it was a wing place, and they were located fairly close by, so for a while, I ended up doing reviews of this chain. The applicability wasn't all that great because, like I said, it was mostly... They had 10 or 20 stores, mostly throughout the Hudson Valley area. But what did I care? At the time, I was reviewing smaller places and a lot of, grocery store, baked goods types of products, things like Lay's potato chips and Pop-Tarts and stuff like that, and energy drinks. And anyway, at one point, I eventually had to try the hottest wings on their menu. And back then they were called the suicide wings. Those wings, to call them hot would be an understatement. It was the spiciest thing I have ever consumed to this day, and an experience that, if forced, I would do it, but by choice, maybe not so much. But I'm certain a video like that probably would get some views. I do agree with you there. And you continue. Another idea I've thought of is to create ASMR content with a specialty ASMR microphone. It'd be satisfying to wear headphones and close our eyes to hear what sounds like you entering the room and talking on the left side of the room and then moving to the right side, as if your presence is felt animated around us. You can get real creative with it, for example, leading a meditation or to lull the listener to sleep with your voice. So I think I'm already there, so your voice tickling my ear would give me goosebumps, but maybe that's strange to you, and I'm sorry if I made you feel uneasy. No, don't worry about it. I've been told many other things that it's nothing. You said, if these seem weird, there's other creative ways to use ASMR, and I'm not at all recommending you to chew or eat near the mic. Please don't. So thank you for your suggestions, anonymous listener. So that was an email that was there. What else have we? Like I said, I'm looking right now for any that aren't... Okay, here's one. What does this one say? John in Illinois writes, if you were to write and publish a manifesto to the world, what would be the topic? I don't know. I don't really have much to say, It wouldn't matter anyway, because people wouldn't... Publishing a manifesto to the world isn't going to change a thing. A lot of people are just very set in their ways, so it would be a waste of time, in my opinion. And I don't think I would publish anything, really. What is there to say, really? What is there to say that people would actually listen to? That wouldn't be just preaching to the choir. So I don't know. I don't think I would publish one. Austin from Florida writes, hi, Review Bro, please try the new KFC chicken and waffles. So, thank you, Austin. KFC chicken and waffles. Those ring a bell. Have they released those before? Let's find out. I may have reviewed them in the past. Okay, so this is an item that they've periodically released chicken and waffles. I reviewed them twice, if you'd believe it. Wonder if I liked them or not. I have no idea. It's funny, I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge when it comes to some of this stuff. I think, I wonder. November 2018, that's the first one that I tried. Let's see. Curious if I liked it or not. I'm looking at the subtitles. Okay, so the one in 2018 I gave a 7 out of 10. I guess I thought they were all right. And then I tried them again in November 2019. And I titled this one, Did KFC Just Ruin Chicken and Waffles? Well, did they? I'll be damned if I know. I don't know if this was an instance where the title was literal, or if I just needed the views. Yeah, let's find out. Let's see about the subtitles again. Because when it's KFC, you're playing with fire. So what did it come out to be? I don't think it does. It's not looking like I was a fan of them. Oh, you bastard. Where? Don't tell me I didn't actually give the rating. Hold on, I gotta go back. You gotta be kidding me. Did I not give that one a rating? Alright, I gotta go into the editor for this, because, now I can't let this go. I gotta find out what I rated this one from 2019. But based on what I'm seeing with the subtitles, because I don't have my headphones and I don't want to listen to my voice, it doesn't look like I was much of a fan of it. Alright, let's do it. Control F. I might have actually not given that one a rating. I mean, clearly, I did not. 4 out of 10. 1? A 1 out of 10? Is that actually what I rated that one? A 1? So they were that bad. One out of 10? A 1 out of 10. So that's actually what I rated it, huh? Wow. Yeah. 1 out of 10. So they were that bad. Well, take my word for it. That was 2019. That was pre-COVID. That was before things got really bad. Nowadays, KFC is pretty dreadful most of the time. 1 out of 10. Let's look. My curiosity is piqued. Let's go to their website, World Infamous Fried Chicken. You just know the Colonel, if he were still alive, or if he came back, you'd be disgusted with the way things are. I say that you couldn't even put into words, I'm sure. I think these are slightly different. You see, I don't know why I'm spending so much time looking into this, but back when I reviewed them, and this is 2018, I don't know. I'm lost. I'm at a loss for words. Back in 2018 and 2019, when I reviewed these, it was like eating a sandwich. Now, some may have called that sacrilegious to the chicken and waffles phenomenon, but that's how it was. There were 2 waffles, and you put the chicken between the waffles, and then you just went in. But this time around, it looks like the chicken is there separate from the waffles. And it's just kind of like it's there. Huh. So do I still... I don't know. If I eat it, I'll figure it out when the time comes. Chicken and waffles. This guy says yummy. So maybe they got better. So this guy says in the title of his video from 6 days ago. And this guy says is a hit from 4 days ago. This guy says fan favorite. Maybe they've gotten better. I hope they've gotten better. It'd be great. Do not buy... Do not buy 1 box of the KFC chicken and waffles. You better buy 2, cause it's finger-licking good, yeah. Okay, it seems like people are enjoying these. But if I try them, if I like it, I like it, and if I don't, I don't, and that's all there is to it. Interesting. Alright. Well, thank you. Who is that? Austin. Austin from Florida. Thank you for giving me the heads up on this new KFC release. Anna writes, super random question, but I have to ask if you were a fan of Art Bell. I know you're super into radio and ham radios. Art was such a legend in that community and in radio in general. I figured you may have listened to him before. He always had interesting guests or just weird, random people calling in. Made for a fun listen. Have a great night from Anna. Anna, thank you. Oh, yes, I'm aware of Art Bell, although I wasn't as big of a listener, I think, of his as some would expect me to be. I'm definitely familiar with him. I was most familiar... sure, I'll listen to some of the old Coast to Coast tapes, back when he hosted it, but it's not like I sit here at night and listen to that religiously or anything. I don't. Very seldom do I, quite frankly, but back when Art Bell was still alive and active, some of you may recall that he, for a time, hosted a program called Midnight in the Desert, which was his, attempt at trying to revive Coast to Coast AM, in his own way, and this was, I guess it was around 2015 or so, if I recall correctly, and I listened to it because it was actually broadcast on the Shortwave, and it was carried on WTWW 5085, and it came in pretty good each night. So I listened to it very regularly for a while. And I always liked the fact that it was carried on a couple shortwave stations, and I know for sure that was Art Bell's personal decision to do that, because, he was into amateur radio, but he did understand shortwave broadcasting, and obviously had an interest in that too. So it was nice to listen into that while it was going. And when it was hosted by Art Bell, then, it eventually some other folks took over, and people have mixed feelings about that, but I remember that. Art Bell, very talented radio host. Ken says, got a suggestion for you, Chief. Super pretzels, done in an air fryer in my case, with Zaxby's honey mustard. It's delicious. Ken, thanks for checking in there. A snack suggestion. Brady writes, what's your favorite episode of VORW that you've ever done? Yeah, I don't think I have a favorite. I sort of just get here to the microphone and go for it, but the fact that I'm struggling, and I was struggling and I was thinking to myself, nothing's coming to mind, so should I just make something up and just lie, or just tell it like it is? And as depressing it might sound, I'm just going to go ahead and just say I don't think I have a favorite one. And I just sort of do the show, and that's all that there really is to it. But I wouldn't say I have a favorite episode. I sort of just get here and I do it, and that's all there really is to it. Dear Mr. Bra, on a recent episode you had discussed COVID, and the first time you spoke about it on your show, I thought I would share a short COVID experience of mine. In early 2020, I worked a very secluded security job late at night. I was alone one night watching a basketball game on my phone when it was reported someone in the arena was sick. Suddenly, the game was cancelled. The players left the court, and all the fans were told to leave the building. This was at a point when very little was known about the virus, and I must admit that sitting alone in the dark watching this unfold live, I was rather unnerved. It felt like I was in a zombie outbreak movie or something. Just a surreal moment I'll never forget. Sincerely, Mr. Crabapple's Champion of Champions. Good to hear from you, as always. I always appreciate your correspondence. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I'm not a sports person, so I wasn't sitting there watching the game or anything. However, I, of course, was watching COVID and its developments like a hawk. And I think around that time, either around that same time or maybe slightly later, the first few impacts that COVID actually started having in the United States, I would say, and in North America, when it started getting on the radar of the general public, wasn't necessarily when it was in Wuhan, because it was in the news, obviously, when it was in Wuhan, and you had all of that, and you had all the guys in the white hazmat suits walking around over there, but there was still that standard world news element to it, in that people were picking up on it, but there was a degree of separation, It was sort of like, if some of you remember back in 2014, with Ebola. Ebola was running rampant in West Africa, but that was all the way over there, and you're all the way over here, and, it's like, it's in another part of the world so foreign, there is that degree of separation. So it's like, even when it was running rampant in Wuhan, that's all the way in China, it's all the way over there, and I'm all the way over here, and it's like another world, practically. So, how's that going to impact me any? But then there were a couple instances that I think it got real, for lack of a better word, for many people over here. And like I said, I remember both of these distinctly because I was watching this like a hawk. There were the instances with the outbreaks on those cruise ships. I forget the names of the ships, but I think that probably just triggered a memory for a lot of people, because now I'm sure many of you remember that was all over the news. Remember those cruise ships? There were like 2 at first, and there were just like, there was like 15 people or something sick, on one of the ships, but that was dominating the headlines, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, wait a minute. These cruise ships were from U.S. ports, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, now it feels a little closer to home. And then the very first case in the United States that was ever confirmed was in Northern California, I believe, but obviously it was already all over the place before then. And then there was that moment with that basketball game. And that's, I think, when it really... Because that's, I think, the first time that something was actually impacted. Because even though I'm not a sports person, and I don't watch sports, and I don't really know the first thing about basketball or any of that, it's certainly popular. It's something a lot of people watch, a lot of people follow. It gives a lot of people happiness and something to look forward to, and I understand that. Just because I don't care much about it doesn't mean that no one else can care about it either. And silly it may sound, I remember seeing in the news, I think that evening, when it was announced that that sports game, again that basketball game, was cancelled or postponed due to the COVID. And I really do believe that was a pivotal moment, especially in the psyche of many people here, where all of a sudden it went from being something that's on the other side of the world that isn't going to impact me, to, wait a minute, this is something that's here now, and it's having very real implications. And I think that really, that marked the beginning of it all in the US when everything started changing. And like I said, I know some people might find it silly that, it's a sports game, but I recall that very distinctly myself. I remember watching that and I was thinking, well, here we go. That's what I was thinking when I watched it. I remember seeing that. The basketball players getting called to, I think it was the locker rooms off the court, and I was looking at that, I was thinking, well, here we go. It begins. It already had been, but, now it starts getting official. And of course, at that time, there was still so much uncertainty as to how bad it was actually going to be, and there was a lot of concern, especially early on, that the severity of it was matching that of the original SARS virus, which, if that's the case, then you would have had tens, if not hundreds of millions dead, and thankfully that was not the case. But, that sports game, I remember it just as vividly as you do, because I was keeping really on top of the news about it, so as soon as that happened, I was watching the clips of it, and I was thinking, well, here we go. It begins. Dana checks in, says, "Hello, I'm Dana. I'm currently in the Air Force and deployed in Saudi Arabia. I've been having a really difficult time out here, and randomly started watching your videos again. I just wanted to reach out to you and extend a thank you. Your videos have helped me get through this hard time. Seriously, they've helped me so much. In a sea of crude and rowdy military people, it was very refreshing to watch your videos. My favorite ones are actually the non-food review videos. I love the My Average Day videos, or just the ones where you share your life experience and opinions. I'd love to see more of those. You give really great advice. Anyway, thank you for being you. Hope all is well. Kind regards from Dana." Well, Dana, Thank you for checking in all the way from Saudi Arabia there. And thank you for your service as well. And your kind words really do mean a lot, to see messages like that where, it's obviously sincere, and that these sorts of videos actually have an impact that really goes far beyond anything intended. The fact that they actually help people, get through even a difficult time like that, it really does mean a lot. And it really does, it gives me the motivation and truly that inspiration to, stick around and keep doing these sorts of programs here at the microphone, for instance, and keep everything going. It really does mean a lot, and thank you for taking the time to really write that out and send it my way, so thank you. And I hope things get better on your end, I really do. We hear from Mike in Bergen County, New Jersey, who writes, "Hello, John. This is my third time writing in for your VORW program, and it is my first time submitting an open discussion topic. It took me a moment to think about what topic I should present, because if I am going to use my time on a topic of my choice, then I want to be sure it is worthwhile and hopefully beneficial to your audience. On this controversial topic I chose, it will be with regard to cloud seeding. Now, I am not an expert on this topic, but from my understanding, cloud seeding was meant to manipulate the weather and used in what seems most importantly in states that suffer drought, affecting farmers or anyone needing the rain for their lawns and backyards. Personally, I believe that spraying chemicals in the sky may possibly harm people, animals, bugs, since it is not a part of our breathing environment. Something just doesn't sit right with me when it comes down to cloud seeding. I believe that just in the last week or two, Florida has banned this practice, being that we're now in the first week or so of May, so for all you Floridians that are waiting for this to actually happen, congratulations. I hope this trends here in New Jersey, because every day I see airplanes just crowding up our airspace with these annoying white stripes we see covering up our beautiful blue skies. So, my question to you is this. How do you feel about cloud seeding? Does it concern you too? How does it impact you daily? Do you think this will trend all across our nation? Anything you say in this regard would be very interesting to know. I hope I'm not too late for your May 2025 program, but if not, like you sometimes say, it is what it is. Thanks again for taking your time and answering my letter on this open discussion episode of VORW. Your friend in Bergen County, New Jersey, Mike. Mike, thank you for checking in. Yeah, cloud seeding, it is a type of weather modification, and again, it aims to change the amount or type of precipitation. The usual objective is to increase rain, especially sometimes snow, but mostly rain, and it's undertaken by dispersing substances into the air that serve as cloud condensation. So these common agents could be silver iodide, potassium iodide. Methods of dispersion include aircraft and ground-based generators, with newer approaches involving drones delivering electric charges to stimulate rainfall, or infrared laser pulses aimed at inducing particle formation. Despite decades of research and application, its effectiveness remains subject to debate, with studies offering mixed results on its impact on precipitation enhancement. Although formally, environmental and health impacts are considered minimal, concerns do persist over the potential accumulation of the seeding agents in sensitive ecosystems, for instance. Okay, when it comes down to cloud seeding, I'm opening up a can of worms with this here, and I really don't care. I've always been under the impression that cloud seeding was something done in especially agricultural areas, wherein the impact is localized and limited, so I'll usually think when and mind you, I'm not an expert on this subject, so I'm just sharing what just comes to mind just by recollection of the name, for instance. I'll think of like a small plane, like a Cessna, or even some sort of agricultural biplane of sorts, and I will picture it flying about, over like some field in Kansas, spray this substance, and then induce a small amount of particulate matter. But again, that I think is also sort of confusing the idea of cloud seeding with crop dusting too. But it's a phenomenon that, again, I've heard about, but I'm no expert in. I have never at least bore witness to it knowingly here in Florida. Despite that, sometimes when it comes down to weather, I like to have more of a hands-off approach, if I could, and let things play out naturally as they do. Sometimes I just think that perhaps we have a bit of maybe overconfidence in our abilities and capabilities, and we're still in such early stages that we're messing with something that we still know so little about. Yeah, I can't say... It's not a subject that I've really given much thought to, but, you certainly couldn't consider me an active proponent to it, but you couldn't necessarily consider me, someone strongly opposed to it either. One thing that, and, you just have to research this on your own, of course, is the phenomenon of aircraft contrails, and then, if you want to get a bit conspiratorial, as they would say, chemtrails. And when it comes down to the chemtrail phenomenon, a lot of people, they use the words interchangeably to mean a lot of things. Some people just use that as a blanket term merely just for the exhaust from commercial airliners, whereas others posit that these are aircraft specifically with tanks full of chemical agents in the back that are then being sprayed, to contaminate the air, for instance. But, you have a lot of people that have differing views on it, use the terms that mean different things. And then if you really want to delve into, weather modification conspiracies of sorts, you could look up the HAARP program, that's HAARP, up in Alaska there, which is an ionospheric research facility, but some people will claim that it's a secret project by the Department of Defense and other institutions to modify and control the weather. But on occasion, they do test transmissions, and they're not always publicized. This one I actually came upon by chance, but, they have a distinctive sound to them of just certain tones and noises that they transmit. And I thought to myself, the odds are extraordinarily low, but you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and write a reception report to HAARP and see see if anything comes of it. And then, sure enough, a couple weeks later in the mailbox, a letter came from Gakona, Alaska, and I got a QSL card from HAARP itself. I'm looking at it, has a picture of all the antennas, says High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, Gakona, Alaska. Then on the back of it, says Verification of Reception. We're pleased to confirm your reception on November 5th, 2023, 0419 to 0437 UTC on 3.25 megahertz. And it says the HF transmitter located at the HAARP research site uses a 180-element phased antenna array that can produce 3,600 kilowatts, so that's 3.6 megawatts of power, at frequencies in the range of 2.8 to 10 megahertz. And was addressed to me by name, and amusingly, it actually says my name, and then in parentheses, it says VORW, which makes me wonder if perhaps there might be someone at HARP that actually is aware of this program's existence. So that was a very notable QSL card that I got. Not too many stations send them out anymore. That used to be something that was pretty big with Shortwave, where you could send in a reception report to a station and then they would mail you like a postcard in the mail as like a way of saying thanks for listening and thanks for writing in, and have like a picture or something on it. Not a lot do that, but this was a physical card, high quality, like a postcard that came in the mail from HARP, and I could say I actually got something from them. So anyway, leave it at that. But I guess the last thing that I'll say on the subject with cloud seeding, regardless of what you think about, whether you believe it to be something that is contaminating and dangerous, or if you think of it as a worthwhile scientific endeavor that's harmless, what I see going forward is, if anything to this extent, be that cloud seeding in particular, weather modification, etc., is banned, bad news for you up in New Jersey. It's going to become a partisan issue, 100%. You will see some states, like Florida, for instance, maybe Texas, and there will be some others that will follow suit, maybe some in, the deep south, perhaps, that will ban such practices, but there will be other states that I could guarantee will not. And New Jersey, I can't see them being a state that will ever do that. And like I said, regardless of one's personal views, once there's that partisan element involved, that's about it. That goes right out the window otherwise. Interesting email, though. And like I said, I'm no expert on this, so, if my discussion felt a little incomplete or anything, it's just because, again, I'm not an expert on this. There's only so much I can really say myself. Let's get to some more emails here. Speaking of the weather, and this is just now in very generalized terms, here in Florida, there had been a drought for a while, which, for those of you unfamiliar with the weather here, you might always think that Florida is a very rainy place, and for some of the year, for a number of months, it most definitely is. But Florida has a distinct rainy season, and then it has a dry season. And people do forget that, because a lot of people tour and visit Florida, during the summertime, obviously, right when the kids are out of school, and go down to the beach or go to Disney or Universal or whatever. It's like to theme parks and all this stuff. It's usually during the summertime, despite the heat and the bright sun. It's just what works for many families and folks, whose schedules allow, etc. Or spring break, right? You've got that too. Go down to the beach and get bleep-faced, and so on. A favorite pastime of many. But, of course, many people think of Florida, they think about the thunderstorms and the hurricanes and all of that. And that's definitely true, especially during what they call the rainy season, which lasts it begins anytime from early to late May, but especially June, and then it persists through June, July, August, and September. And this is a time when thunderstorms occur in the state of Florida, especially peninsular Florida, on nearly a daily basis. You could almost set a watch to them, and they'll happen right on time, day after day after day. And they always occur for the most part just due to various factors, but especially it's the sea breezes that occur, because remember, you have on one side the Gulf and then on the other side the Atlantic, and you have the sea breezes that come in, and one is blowing in from east to west, the other from west to east, and then once the two collide, wherever that ends up being, thunderstorms oftentimes occur. And that's very simplifying. It's a very simplified explanation for it. There's other factors too, but the sea breeze collision causes a lot of these thunderstorms, again, under the right conditions. And it always takes place late in the day for the most part, sometimes in the afternoon, and then the thunderstorms meander around for a bit. They don't really get particularly severe. There can be very heavy rain and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, but as far as a wind or tornado threat, there really isn't much of any. So, during that time of year, I always enjoyed the thunderstorms, quite frankly. It's very pleasant. It's a nice respite each and every day from the sun. You know, it gets nice and gray and dark and cloudy, and then it rains, and you get the thunder, and it's pretty much guaranteed. And it's very nice, something that I look forward to. And you see marvelous, beautiful clouds, too, which is something I enjoy. You see these cumulonimbus clouds, especially from afar. You can see some of the distant thunderstorms with very mature cumulonimbus clouds with the anvil and everything, and makes for quite the sight. I just enjoy looking at them. And obviously it's very beneficial for replenishing the aquifers and for providing rainfall for the local flora and fauna, and keeps everything in check. And it's a daily occurrence. That's where much of the annual precipitation comes from in the state of Florida. And then another source, albeit not guaranteed, and this comes, of course, with its benefits, but also its drawbacks, is from tropical weather, right? Should a hurricane or a tropical storm impact the state of Florida, be that directly or indirectly, there will oftentimes be a considerable amount of rain from that storm. For instance, when Hurricane Ian passed through central Florida, I think it dumped, like 20 inches of rain in my area. And when Hurricane Milton did, that dumped like 15 to 20 inches too. Which, sure, it keeps the water levels in many bodies of water full, but that much rain, even in areas like Florida where it could absorb pretty quickly, it causes, of course, disastrous and sometimes catastrophic flash flooding in some areas. So you gotta be careful with that. But aside from those, then comes the dry season, which lasts throughout, the fall and winter and then parts of the spring. And during that, it's not necessarily bone dry or anything, but what happens is those daily thunderstorms from the sea breeze don't really occur anymore, and instead, frontal boundaries begin moving through the state, especially from northwest to southeast, and you start getting cold fronts. Now, people do forget, this is another thing, but people do forget that it actually can get cold in Florida, especially those of you in the Panhandle and North Florida. Remember earlier this year, there was accumulating snow that happened. It really can happen all the way down here. And so during the winter, of course, and fall and parts of the spring, the daily thunderstorms stop, and the only time there really is much precipitation is when these frontal boundaries and these especially strong cold fronts move through, and then with that is usually a line of thunderstorms. And this is when there is a threat for severe weather, and this is when there's a chance that some of these thunderstorms can be supercells and can have a tornado threat. So this is the time that Florida still gets precipitation, but it's usually just from these frontal systems, and there's a risk of severe weather likewise. And I always keep a close eye on them. Florida doesn't get many strong tornadoes, but they can occur. There have been numerous EF3 tornadoes throughout even central Florida, and there's no basements here, so if an EF3 tornado comes through, rare it may be, just sort of have to find an interior room, get some shoes on, cover your head, lay low, and hope for the best, and it's going to be what it is at the end of the day, and you just have to make peace with that. But then, in the late spring, there comes a time where there's this weird gray area, especially in, parts of April, but especially May, and it does vary. It depends also on weather patterns, El Niño, La Niña, etc. All these have a role to play in this, wherein the frontal systems begin leveling off, but the conditions just aren't totally there yet for, of course, the sea breeze thunderstorms to occur. So you start getting into this weird period where things really do get quite dry. And in many cases, the month of May is typically the driest month annually in Florida, and thus many areas do begin entering a state of drought for a time, which then, of course, is quickly made up once these thunderstorms begin occurring. And this year, a lot of the state is in drought. As a matter of fact, going off of the official sources, currently 96.79% of the state of Florida is in some form of drought. And the official drought monitoring scale goes from D0 to D4, with D4 being the most severe. The naming of this, I think, could be a little better, but I'm not the one that does this, because you have D0, which is abnormally dry. That's increased landscape irrigation is needed, voluntary water conservation is requested, there could be small brush fires. Alright, so abnormally dry, right? That's the lowest form of drought. It doesn't sound like it's that serious. Okay, it's abnormal, but, it's not the end of the world. Then, D1 is already called moderate drought, and I think, well, wait a minute, that sounds a bit more severe than just going from abnormally dry to moderate drought. But like I said, they call it what they call it, and they have their reasons behind it. D2 is severe drought, D3 is extreme drought, and then D4 is exceptional drought. And I just think, everything from D1 on sounds pretty bad as it is, and there's not much. Just I think to the uninformed it would sound, they almost all sound the same. Anyway, there are no areas in the state that are under exceptional drought. However, about 26% of the state is in extreme drought, or higher. You have 50% of the state which is in severe drought or higher, and then 84% of the state which is in moderate drought or higher, with, again, 97% about of the state in abnormally dry conditions or higher. And I definitely could notice that, there is a bit of a drought. It definitely is a dry month, where the grass just starts getting a little crunchy, and a lot of the foliage just doesn't look as vibrant, and the water levels, in the lake outside there it seems pretty, I don't really notice it drying out or anything, but like I said, you just notice some impacts, and of course every day is just bright and sunny with no precipitation. But the last few days have been a whole different story. It's just been rain, and more rain. And I think I ended up getting about 5 inches of rain or so in the last day. It's just been one storm after the next, after the next, after the next. I welcome it. This is awesome. And the grass does look greener, I could say that. So I can guarantee, once this drought map updates again, and they update it every few days, I'd be willing to bet that the numbers here, and they also have like an interactive map that shows the different geographic regions, shaded in their respective colors, based on the state of drought that it's in. I guarantee, that everything's gonna get probably bumped down a notch or greater even. So it's good to see. And amusingly, the other day, I stepped outside during a break in the rain. There were some cool-looking clouds that I wanted to examine, because I think you could probably infer that I like looking at clouds. I just like doing it. And I step outside, and I hear this splash in the lake. Now, that's not unusual at all. There are all sorts of... There are birds, there are ducks, there are these fish that will actually leap out of the water a little bit. You have turtles and all sorts of stuff that will make noise. But of course, I always cast my eyes to the source of the sound to try to identify it. And I look, and lo and behold, is an alligator right there. And, I was totally safe from it. It was out there in the water. But there it was, I could see its eyes. It was in the water, submerged for the most part, but, I could see the typical eyes and the snout and, the scaly back and everything. And it was watching me, and I was there watching it. And then we went our respective ways, and that was it. But that was like a Florida moment right there. You hear the splash, look up, there's a gator. That's the culprit. So, people will wonder. They'll sometimes say, like, if I film the review outside, they'll say, "Oh, do you ever see any alligators in that lake?" Yeah, I sure do. They're out there, all right. And I might have even answered that question earlier in the program. Like I said, it's been a while since I recorded another segment to it, so if I sound like a broken record, but I found that amusing, because it was something that recently happened, and it's fascinating. So, just a random thought there in regards to weather and alligators and the like. A little bit of a tangent. Let's keep it up, though. Let's take another look in the inbox and see some more emails. Chris in Rhode Island says, I'm writing in from an airplane at over 30,000 feet on my way to Hawaii. Just wanted to let you know I'm listening to your old podcasts on this 11-hour, 30-minute flight. I'm on my way to see my son's high school graduation from the Pacific Buddhist Academy. Thank you for making this long journey an enjoyable one. And if you could give Chris Jr. a shout-out, it would be awesome. Keep up the good work. All my best from Chris. Chris, good to hear from you, and a flight from Rhode Island to Hawaii, quite the long one indeed, but I'm glad that these programs are helping pass the time. And as far as a shout-out for Chris Jr. is concerned, I'll be happy to oblige. Congratulations, Chris Jr., on your graduation there. Have an email coming in from this listener who writes, Hey John, just got done with the latest podcast. Thanks for uploading it. And it gives me something to listen to while at the office. Have you ever researched vitamin D? When you talk about your energy levels, it reminds me of winters in Iowa, where we all become vitamin D deficient. I wonder if your night owl schedule could lead to deficiency. Anyway, just wanted to throw it out there if it could help. Have a good one. So thank you for checking in, and I'm glad, again, that this program is able to keep you company while you're at work. And that is a good suggestion, vitamin D, although that is a supplement that I do take regularly, because, and that is an excellent point that you raised, by the way, as far as my nocturnal ways are concerned, you're absolutely right that there might be some natural vitamins that I may be lacking. So that's why I do make sure that I do take various vitamin supplements, be that the multivitamins and then certain ones in addition to that, vitamin D being one of them. So I already do take those, and I'm certainly not going to stop anytime soon, but all of this is already ongoing, having already taken all of this. So I appreciate the suggestion, though, and that is a very good point that you raise. Much appreciated. Thank you for sharing that. Leo from Brazil says, I wanted to ask if you ever listened to Vaporwave and its subgenres. I also recommend 2 artists that are just spectacular. So, to interject, I've listened, and not necessarily, I've never really sought out Vaporwave music, but I certainly am aware of it. I am aware of it, but it's not something that I've ever sought out, but I've no negative view toward it either. So let's see what these recommendations you have. Okay, the first one is Windows 96, a fellow Brazilian producer who's been releasing some mind-blowing albums in a variety of styles. The other is Macro Blank, a producer from Seattle who brings a more groovy, jazzy approach. He's been putting out banger after banger, and his tracks are perfect for listening to while going about your daily activities. Also, I'd love to talk about the discussion around Vaporwave and its meanings. See, we grew up in a very similar time, the late 90s, early 2000s, and even though we're far apart geographically, one place we've both frequented since then is the internet. Sadly, the internet, once a space of freedom, hope, and creativity, seems to be losing those qualities more and more. To me, Vaporwave often seems like nostalgia for those times, and also for the future we used to dream of. It's like a soundtrack of a digital utopia we once imagined. Of course, that's just my interpretation, but I really enjoy exploring culture in these cybernetic times, this whole idea of cyberculture. Anyway, hope you enjoy the songs. Leo from Brazil. Leo, that's a good email. Thank you for sharing that my way, and I'll have to check those 2 artists out. I know what you mean as far as, the internet and how it's changed, probably indisputably for worse in many cases. It is sort of sad, isn't it, how everything is just... There still are so many websites out there, yet it's just a small handful of these huge websites that take up everything, and no one ever really uses anything else. It's just the big social media sites, and that's it these days. And when you really think about the internet and you think about its potential, right? I don't know, sometimes you just think about what an opportunity it could have been, and in some ways, not always, but in some ways, how badly it's been squandered. I don't know, it's just imagine explaining the concept of the internet to someone, if you could travel back in time and go back before the internet was ever even conceptualized, but you were able to successfully explain, the basics of it to someone. I think anyone you would have explained it to would have therefore believed that having something that's, the equivalent of an encyclopedia on steroids at your fingertips, that you could use quickly, immediately, and at any time, day or night, I think people would have expected that the people that have this resource, therefore, would be the most skilled, insightful, intelligent, wise, and talented group of individuals ever to exist on the face of the earth, given this incredible resource that is at their disposal. And instead, look around you, and this is what we got. Yeah, it is what it is. What can I say? And I'm just as guilty as anyone else. I stress that. It's just funny, I don't think it turned out how some people thought it would have. Brian checks in. I know you've live-streamed in the past on YouTube, but why did you stop, and will you ever stream again in the future? So this is a question that I will get from time to time, and one that I don't mind answering. So yes, I did do live streams. I never did a ton. Let's see, how many did I do? 4... I think I did 13 live streams, all in all. And most of them were done 6 to 7 years ago. There were 2 main reasons why I stopped doing them. And the first reason was by far the most important one. And that is, after I would do each live stream, to say I felt bad afterward, and when I say that, when I say I felt bad, I mean that in the literal sense. I mean, I felt bad physically. I felt drained. And when I say that, it's like, oh, boo-hoo, you just feel a little tired. Oh, woe is you. I mean, I felt physically sick. And I think there was one where I think I threw up a couple times. And you might say, from live streaming? Yes. Like I said, I'm all messed up. And it really just does a number on me. That sort of endurance is something that I really haven't, especially when you're in front of the camera. It's very different than being here, in the microphone. Like, when I'm behind the microphone, I could be, more comfortable. I don't have to be as animated. If I need to take a break, I could do just that, because I have to edit this show anyway. So, let's say right now, if I need a moment to, collect my thoughts, or just sit for a minute, take a sip of water or coffee, I could just do that right now. I could sit back, take a sip, and then carry on with things. But when you're in front of the camera, understandably, you have to be far more animated, and you have to be... You can't... There can't be any time for breaks. And in my case, when I'm doing the live stream, I'm just sitting there, so there aren't any graphics. There's nothing that I could point people to distract them and say, oh, look at this, and then I could sort of take a minute to let my metaphorical batteries recharge, and there's none of that. So I have to be sitting there, and I have to engage and read the chat non-stop, and I have to be full of energy. Because if I just sat there and wasn't animated, then people would tune out. And anyway, I've never been a high-energy person. So doing those really did a number on me. Bad, I mean. I would feel physically sick by the end of it. Now, there was a financial incentive for doing the live stream, in the form of the extra revenue garnered by the super chats. However, based on how it would make me feel after the fact, that financial incentive, as it currently stands, isn't worth it. And I would rather take the loss than subject myself to that. That's right now anyway. I also believe that things have gotten way worse, on my end. Like even 6-7 years ago, I had a lot more energy than I have now. So if I felt that bad after doing a live stream then, I can't even imagine how I would be now. And I don't think I would be able to be that sort of level of animated, for that extent to begin with, to even be able to successfully do a show that would captivate an audience that isn't familiar with this sort of long-form podcast. They would say, what is wrong with this guy, essentially? Or, they would say, oh, he's so boring, or this, that, or the other thing. It wouldn't be worth it. It would be a sloppy, subpar job nowadays that would be more probably depressing than anything else, and it would have a negative effect on me. I don't think anyone would enjoy it. And then the last point is that doing the live streams actually hurts the YouTube channel substantially, if you would believe it. Every single live stream that I do for some reason would take a massive toll on the YouTube channel as far as the amount of subscribers is concerned. And I would lose around 3,000 subscribers, and you heard that right, 3,000 per live stream, simply because, for some reason, it would send a ton of notifications out, and I had tried considerably to stop that, but to no avail, and people would unsubscribe from the channel en masse, which granted, if they're going to unsubscribe just from some notification in the first place, it's not like they were really all too sincere a viewer in the first place, so it's not like that's a big loss or anything. However, it will hurt the channel in the algorithm, and that in turn will then hurt the actual videos that are my livelihood. So I figure, alright, then what's the point? Make a couple extra bucks, sure, but now if I were to do it again, number one, I would do a horrible job. No one would enjoy it. I would hate every second of it. Countless thousands of people would leave the channel and unsubscribe, which would then hurt my regular content, the reviews, going forward for probably a whole month, and that would take a hit. The only benefit would be, okay, well, I would make a couple extra bucks, but it would cancel out because all the other videos would take such a hit from doing the single live stream that there would be a substantial amount of potential revenue lost there that it would either be a net loss or it probably wouldn't even break even, the extra revenue garnered from a stream. So it's a no-win situation anymore. And it's just not for me. So that's why I haven't done it in 6 years. And I don't really intend to anytime soon. I just don't see a single positive aspect from it. I suppose I'll throw a little bone out there and, never say never, but I don't see myself doing a live stream again anytime soon. But I could understand, number one, some channels out there have a lot more energy, but number two, if they're focusing on something like graphics or playing a video game or whatever, I could see how that balances things out a little bit more, and it can make them pass the time a bit easier, but you really do need to have high energy to be able to do such a thing in the first place. This listener writes, "Greetings. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on how you think the Egyptian pyramids were constructed. There are many conspiracies revolving around the idea that aliens constructed them. There are other theories that the Nephilim constructed them, and then there's the basic idea that the Egyptians built them themselves. Again, just curious where you fall on this. Thanks for reading my email. Love the show. So thank you for your question. Alright, well, okay, first things first. Was that article that was in the news a couple weeks ago about those shafts or whatever they were beneath the pyramids, was that proven false, or were those really there? Looks like 50% of the people say it's BS and 50% of the people say that's real. I wouldn't be surprised if there's nothing under there. If those structures underneath the pyramids are ever actually verified and proven, then that would add such a major element to all of that I would then have to posit that either A, there was external involvement, or B, the ancient Egyptians, were a lot more advanced than we purport them to be. You know, if exactly as envisioned, those sorts of shafts and structures and everything went 2 kilometers underground, and yet this primitive civilization just, hauling these blocks around was somehow able to do that, right? It's like, okay, something isn't adding up here. But for the sake of argument, let's pretend that claim is invalid and there's nothing there, and that's it. So now we're just talking about the pyramids themselves. How they constructed them, is still a mystery. I mean, I tend to lean just toward a lot of backbreaking labor, but I also believe at the same time that I think that the Egyptians are, or were, a lot more advanced and intelligent than we give them credit for. And I think there are certain aspects of their society that maybe we don't really know about, maybe they're kept from us, we don't really know, but it wouldn't surprise me if, let's just say they had a few tricks up their sleeve, and if it were ever revealed that the pyramids were more than just tombs, would I say that I am particularly surprised? No, I would not. I wouldn't say that I'd be surprised by that at all, if that were ever revealed. I'll say that much. But in the end, the pyramids, I think, regardless of their purpose, and again, assuming that those 2 kilometer deep shafts or pillars or whatever you want to call it aren't actually real, I think that, the pyramids were built by the Egyptians for the Egyptians. But again, their level of intellect, expertise, and abilities, maybe it exceeds a bit what perhaps we thought. That's just my opinion. Can I say that with a shred of evidence? No, I can't. I say that more as a gut feeling of sorts. But that's just my 2 cents. Is it possible, could the boring answer be the right one? Could it be that, they just dragged them up there with ropes and it was just a tomb for for some of their leaders? Yeah, if that ends up being it, then that's all that there is to it, but could there be more to it? Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised any. This listener writes, "Hey there, Review Bra. You've said in the past you really like Oasis. I've heard their biggest hits, but that's pretty much the extent of it. I am, however, an avid listener of the Beatles. People seem to always compare Oasis to the Beatles, and even Paul McCartney himself said Oasis was derivative. I honestly don't get the comparison past the point of them being a British band that make rock music. As a fan of Oasis, do you think the comparison is fair? And if so, do you think it changes your sense of respect for Oasis's artistry and originality? And on a broader level, what makes an artist original and what amount of inspiration is okay without it being plagiarism or derivative? So that's an interesting question, and I'll never forget the time that I actually heard that comparison, because you are right that it has been, it's been given a number of times, and I think back 10 years ago or so, I hadn't heard those comparisons, but I was a huge Oasis fan, and you have to remember, did you hear what I said? I said I was a huge Oasis fan. And I could just be speaking in past tense, because I was in reference to, a decade ago, but there's more to it than that. So, back then, 2014, 2015, I was listening to Oasis very regularly. I was familiar with all of their big hits, but I was also familiar with many of their lesser-known tracks. Now, at the same time, of course, pretty much everyone knows the Beatles, and I was also listening to them. I hadn't really made the connection. It was one of those things that I sort of regarded them separately, but then it's one of those things that the second someone points it out, you start seeing it, and then it's like, whoa, alright, wait a minute. And then you can't stop seeing it. And I'll give an example, okay? You think back to some of the early Beatles music, and I'm talking, early Beatles, Twist and Shout, for instance. Listen to that song, okay? Twist and Shout by the Beatles, again, one of their earliest hits. Then, take a jump in time and listen to the song Rocking Chair by Oasis, and try and tell me, with a straight face, that those aren't the same songs. One was released in the early 60s, the other, released 30 years later. They sat there, they said it was an original piece. It's really just Twist and Shout in a slightly lower key, and it's just a tad slower. And how they didn't get sued into oblivion for doing that, I'll never know. But it was like a comparison like that, where it's like, okay, I didn't get it at first, but then the second that's pointed out, everything comes right into place, and it makes total sense. And then you take it a step further, you realize, wait a minute, it's not like these were just Beatles influences. These are Beatles songs. And for anyone that's actually awake right now and is actually listening to this intently and seriously, and if you actually sat there and wasted the time and actually listened to those two songs before you're hearing this right now, because you wanted to compare them, then you've probably realized I'm just pulling your leg this whole time, and I was just in a bit of a joking, deadpan move, and that's my apologies for taking it that far, but I couldn't help myself. Now, everything I was saying about the Beatles songs and Oasis and all of that, I was just making that up on the spot. I think the Beatles are the Beatles, and I think Oasis is Oasis. I think from an aesthetic point of view, there were definite similarities, as far as how they looked and, all of that. And I do think that there was a little bit of arrogance involved on both sides, from both parties. But I really regard the Beatles as the Beatles and Oasis as Oasis, and quite dissimilar, if anything else. So the first thing I said about, the comparisons that was a joke answer. This is actually my real honest thoughts. I don't really see much of a comparison. I don't really see it. I like them both, though. I do. I like Oasis. And of course I like the Beatles. But, I listen to a lot of stuff. Amusingly, this, I guess, isn't really much of a coincidence or a surprise at all, because, I mean, the Beatles were one of the most famous bands to ever exist, but, I opened up the homepage of YouTube, and granted, what gets recommended to me, is based on the stuff that I watch, but, I just opened up a tab, and there's a video that just came up. It says, moments before she catches a felony and gets fired, and it's from like a police body cam YouTube channel, and I watch a lot of those like police videos, and looks like the woman in the video is wearing a Beatles t-shirt. So there you go. What even is this? On January 30... It's got 2 million views. On January 31st, 2025, officers responded to a workplace incident involving an employee reportedly out of control, attacking co-workers and damaging property. 2 employees attempted to restrain her until officers arrived. This is the footage of the events that followed. Wonder where this was. St. Charles. Is that Louisiana? St. Charles. Illinois, okay. Yeah, to the west of Chicago a bit, okay. Alright, that's where it is, and St. Charles, Illinois. I'll have to watch this video, it's one I haven't seen, so I'll have to give that a watch next. Ryan writes in with this email, who said, recently I've been playing some video games. There's a game you may know, Fallout, which takes place after the big atomic war. One aspect of this game that is pretty unique is the radio function, wherein players can tune an in-game radio located in the menu to different stations. Hear some music while exploring. Each game has a couple DJ characters that will throw quips in between each song and comment on the events of the game. While playing, I realized that the game would be made 1,000 times better if I was listening to VORW instead, and thus an idea came to me. If a Fallout game took place in Central Florida, you would be a great choice to host an in-game radio station. Due to your prowess as a radio host in the real world, I feel that many would greatly appreciate it. Best wishes, as always, from Ryan. Ryan, thank you for your email. And if you'd believe it, that's not the first time that people have made that comparison and that suggestion. They've said, hey, you'd be great doing one of these Fallout radio stations. I've never played Fallout, I'm not much of a video game player or anything, but I've seen that suggestion before, and I think it's funny. It's funny that a lot of people, though, they're on the same page as you. Daniel K. in Boston, Massachusetts, short note, just wanted to write in, said, I really liked the latest edition of the VORW podcast. The listener-submitted responses were really nice and helped me reflect on things. I'm excited for more podcasts and hope that you do more question-and-answer episodes as well, like the decision-making one. Keep up the great work, Daniel K. from Boston, Massachusetts. Thank you for your email, and, good news, the next one is going to be just that. So you're in luck, and I hope it makes for an enjoyable listen all around. But you have to understand, dear listeners, that if no one writes in and no one sends in that response, there isn't going to be much of a show. So you gotta write in if you want it to be perhaps what you hope for it to be. Just keep that in mind. It is you that make these listener response shows so enjoyable to listen to. Willow from Florida states, hello there, Mr. The Report of the Week. I've known of your channel for quite some time, since 2018, when the memes of you started getting popular, but it took me a long time to start watching your videos, since food reviews aren't usually my thing. Watching, and especially hearing people eat, makes me very uncomfortable. However, your polite mannerisms and unique personality has kept me watching. In fact, you've become one of my comfort YouTube channels I watch whenever I feel anxious or perhaps have trouble falling asleep. Wanted you to know how much I appreciate your how-to series, and I was wondering if you're planning on making more of those types of videos. It really helps those who were never taught valuable life skills or who struggle with certain aspects of life, such as myself. Interjecting, I appreciate the suggestion, and I sincerely do. However, the answer to that, more likely than not, is probably going to be no. And I simply say that, and I think, and I could be wrong because I get things mixed up all the time, so if you have no idea what I'm even going on about, I apologize for any confusion, but when it comes down to YouTube, the analytical and statistical performance of videos is it's crucial, and how a video does impacts how the channel at large does. And because this is how I'm able to put food on the table and keep a roof over my head and yada yada yada, you know the way it goes, the videos, obviously, the channels has to be doing as well as it can, essentially. I enjoyed doing the how-to videos. It was a series, for those of you that don't know, that I did in 2018, which fits when you were starting to watch the channel, so it makes total sense that you remember those videos. But for a time, I made, I forget how many it was in total. It wasn't a ton of videos. Maybe it was like 4 or 5 how-to videos. Let's see. Okay, I actually have a playlist. 6 videos. And a couple of them were like beauty related. You know, they were about like my hair care routine and cutting my own hair, how I do it. You know, I showed the whole process behind it. I did a skincare one, but then I also did a video called How to Tie a Necktie, how to find your creativity, and how to deal with YouTube trolls. And those 3 videos were more like, you know, advice pieces. The necktie one, I actually got up in front of a mirror, and I gave a tutorial as to how to tie the 4-in-hand knot as well as the half Windsor knot. And then the other 2, they were like sit down, tried to be little motivational talks. And none of the videos did well, especially the explicit how-to videos. The necktie one, in close to 7 years, got 80,000 views. The creativity one got 80,000 views. And the YouTube trolls video got around 100,000. This was at a time when my videos on average were getting, 300,000 views in a week. So you gotta remember, this is over, cumulatively close to 7 years. So when they were released, the videos maybe got 40,000 views in a week versus the 300,000 that a food review would get. And, it's a shame because I feel like the topics I discussed were quite valuable, but no one wanted to hear them. And as a result, it was hurting the channel, in a larger aspect, so I had to put the brakes on that series. And while I remember the people at YouTube that I was in communication with that actually worked for the platform, where they're telling me these were going to be good evergreen videos that were just going to accumulate views steadily over the years, they never did. I think it was just because they performed so poorly in comparison to the other videos that they just got sort of squashed by the algorithm and, never really got anywhere. So, no, that series is probably dead, but I could resurrect it in certain ways here in this podcast if there's any sort of how-to things that, mind you, there's plenty of things that I need how-to guides for myself, but certainly if there's any pieces of advice or whatever that one would wish for me to impart, I think I could do so here at the microphone to the best of my ability, with less potential consequence as far as, it impacting the analytical side of things on the main channel. So if there's any sort of how-to stuff someone would want to know that you think I could offer in any manner that might be considered of any value, ask away, and I'll certainly try my best to offer my 2 cents. But it was a good series, an underrated series, may I add, and sad that it never had much of a chance. But I've still no regrets in doing it. But no, I don't think it's going to come back or anything, at least again in that form. Now you continue back to your email. I have so much I want to talk about and so many questions, but I could save those inquiries for another email. The last thing I wanted to talk about was concerts. I'm going to my 3rd metal concert in a couple weeks. This time my dad and I got general admission tickets, which means we'll be on the floor where the mosh pit is. I'll be seeing Cannibal Corpse, Meshuggah, and Carcass. Very excited, but also a little nervous, because I've never moshed before. I don't think I have anything to worry about, because generally metalheads are actually very supportive of one another. I don't know if you've heard the phrase, if someone falls, pick them up, but it's a phrase that's deep-rooted in concert etiquette. Anyway, I was wondering if you've been to any concerts, and if there's any bands or musicians you would like to see perform live. Going to end this email here, since it's getting a bit long, but I hope you see this and have a lovely day or night. From Willow in Florida. So thank you for checking in. It was a good email, and I hope your concert was most enjoyable, if it has already come to pass. Really, I'm not one for concerts, mostly because of my sensitivities. I would probably get a migraine from hell if I went to a concert, and the loud noises and the lights wouldn't be much better. I just have my sensitivities that would probably leave me in misery for perhaps probably a whole week. And I'm just not much for the crowded atmosphere and all of that. And, I don't have to see anyone live, it's just... I can live vicariously through well-taken videos of a live performance. So there's no group I need to see live, or no concert I need to attend, or anything like that. I could easily go my entire life without ever attending a concert, and I would be perfectly fine with that. So no, that's not a priority of mine. But hey, if someone I could easily see the appeal of concerts, and I could see why so many people like them so much. So I definitely get it, and if you enjoy them, more power to you. So, no, it's really not for me, but I've no ill thoughts toward anyone who enjoys concerts. This email says, "My name is Los. I was listening to the last podcast episode and was just relating to what you said about not knowing what to do with your life if YouTube wasn't there for you. Throughout my high school years, I struggled with finding some sort of career to do, but as time kept passing, and my friends saying that they want what they want to do after high school, I started to slowly grow more and more scared that I didn't know what to do with my life. I'm currently 25 now, and I still feel this way. In high school, I was never one to have good grades just because I wasn't motivated or cared enough. But I was able to graduate in time after switching schools, and that helped me more and motivated me a bit more. I went to community college for 2 years until I dropped out, knowing that I didn't know what I wanted to do in life. Like I said, I still feel this way, and I'm always anxious just thinking about it. I feel like I'm just letting myself down and the people around me, but I genuinely don't know what I want to do. My current job is okay, it gets the bills paid, it feeds me just enough, but I know I could be making more if I tried doing something else. I guess what I'm just trying to say is I don't feel motivated, as others do, to find a career path I may like, because I'm not really good at anything. I feel like time is running out for me, and I still have the same mindset as I did 10 years ago. After listening about you saying that you didn't know what to do in your life, I immediately related, just had to share these thoughts with you. Sorry if this email is long. I've been a fan of your reviews since 2018, started listening to your podcast just last year. Thank you for making my 6 a.m. shifts better with the podcast, and thank you, Los, for checking in, and I'm sorry about the situation that you find yourself in, but as you know, I understand it all too well, and as I know you also understand, it's not one of those times where I can just sit there and, easily and immediately say the right thing, and just say, oh, well, just do this, and this, and do this thought exercise, and do, such and such, and then you'll be right on track, and you'll know exactly what you want to do, and where you want to be, and what life path you want to take, etc., etc., because I'm in the same boat, and I don't know what to say, because, if I did, I would know what I wanted to do, but I don't, and, it's a sentiment I realize that doesn't apply to everyone. It doesn't apply to many people, but the ones that it does apply to, this, I realize now, based on some of the emails that come in, it immediately resonates, because and sometimes I think, and maybe I'm wrong here, but like you sort of alluded to, even just knowing that it's not just you that feels this way, it could kind of help a little bit. I know it doesn't change anything, but, just that understanding that it's like, this isn't just me, right? It's not like there's just something wrong with me and that there's just some anomaly and that there's some problem here. It's like, okay, maybe it's not the most common thing in the world, but the fact that other people are in the exact same boat as me and have this exact same sentiment, maybe that could at least bring about, a little tiny bit of comfort. Yes, it provides no solution, but at the same time, at least it's like, at least I'm not alone in this. And maybe that counts for something. But I really do appreciate you sharing that with me, and I'm glad that this podcast makes for an enjoyable listen, by the way. CV writes, I'd like to ask if you've any interest in riddles. Now, I doubt actually you do, but I always ask people that question on the off chance they do, since I rarely get to ask people them. Whenever I do ask someone riddles, I can tell they're just humoring me, and often give up trying to solve them after a guess or two. Now, I have loved riddles since I was a child. I found 2 things about them fascinating. Their descriptions of mundane things told in a strange way, and that if the way of describing something was well known, it became worthless. The more people who knew the answer to a riddle, the less it was worth. Meaning that famous riddles were basically the worst ones to ask. It also means that if a new riddle is made and is particularly difficult, the more likely it is to be told and the faster it loses its value. If you do have any interest, I have one for you. If you don't, no hard feelings. They're not for everyone. Thanks for reading, and I hope you have a nice day, from CV. So thank you, CV, and I will read your riddle. I wouldn't say I have a massive interest in riddles. However, I would say that I will exhibit an interest in them, as thought exercises beyond the extent of simply humoring someone. I'm certainly happy to sit and, ponder them. So I wouldn't consider myself an enthusiast, but at the same time, I would say I have perhaps more interest in them than one that's just, sitting there and nodding their head and just, like I said, just passing the time just to, just to say, oh yeah, like, oh, you see the game last night, or anything like that. So, yeah, I'm going to read your riddle that you gave, and I'm actually going to take a moment, contemplate it, and then I'm going to take a guess on it, too. And we'll see. So, your riddle reads, and I'll even give a pause for any listeners who want to play along here. If you are actually awake and listening intently, if you want to take a guess at this too, go for it. Just think to yourself or write it down or whatever. Have fun with this one. So here's the riddle that CV wrote. It reads as follows. I run through tunnels every day and all night long. I only see light when something is wrong. What am I? So again, I run through tunnels every day and all night long. I only see light when something is wrong. What am I? So, I looked at this email. I mean, I saw the title. You titled it Riddles, but I didn't really open it and read it until just now. So you're going to have an open train of thought. The first thing that I'm sort of thinking of is like, I thought of commuters, but then I realized, no, if you only see light when something is wrong, that doesn't make any sense, because, a business traveler or something traversing through a tunnel, sure, it's like you have tunnels, like up in New York, you have the Lincoln Tunnel and the Holland Tunnel, or some of the underground subway tunnels, etc., that many travelers and business commuters utilize, and sure, those are utilized all day and all night, but the tunnels are open-ended, and, obviously something would be wrong if they didn't see the light, so that's, I wouldn't think of that. Tunnels. Well, a tunnel could have various definitions. It has to be submerged under something, underground generally, but nothing surface level. Water through pipes? No, it wouldn't make any sense either, because water and... I'm going to take a guess here. I'm just going to take a stab, a shot in the dark. This just came to me as I was sort of thinking of water, and I might be wrong, but this seems to be technically correct, but I'm going to guess that this would be a reference to blood, because blood going through, your veins and capillaries and everything would be like something traversing through a tunnel. You could certainly consider, in the form of a riddle, like a vein or whatever, like a tunnel, and blood, of course, never sleeps. It would be running through it all day and all night. And if blood ever does see the light, something definitely is wrong there. I'm guessing blood. CV, get back to me. I'd love to know what the answer to that one is, and if my guess is any good or not. It was fun, actually. I enjoyed it. Next up, we have an email coming in from Philip, who writes, Hello, Review Bra. Hope you're having a good day and enjoying yourself at the microphone. I appreciate these podcasts and enjoy your insight. To interject, everything's going nicely so far. I've got my coffee here at hand, and happy to be here. And you write, Can you believe how incompetent some fast food establishments and employees can be? It's actually upsetting how poor service is at times. I know it's a low-income job and it doesn't attract the most brilliant of people, but it doesn't take that much effort to put on a brave face and pretend to have a good attitude. It's pathetic. People should be ashamed of themselves for not taking an ounce of pride in their work. All I'm asking for is the bare minimum of effort. If most of my experiences were neutral or unremarkable, I wouldn't care. But it's terrible service time and time again. Just get me my overpriced, mediocre food in a somewhat timely manner, and I'll be content. It's not that hard. Sorry for the rant, but I'm someone who takes pride in my work and wants to give people positive experiences. think it says a lot about the state of our country and the people living in it, that they can't do the simplest jobs in the world without being miserable. I understand why you have your food delivered, although that opens the door for a host of other issues. Now they can put whatever they want in the bag and won't have to face the consequences. Fast food is just junk, and it's sad. Love the podcast from Philip. Well, thank you, Philip, for your email. Some people would, find it, I guess, a rant, but other people, I think, you're sort of telling it like it is. And one, of course, can debate the reasons for it, but I find, and I submit, it is indisputable that both the quality, of the food and the service have gone downhill. And it's just a miserable, horrible experience all around. And you look at the reviews for some establishments, like in my area, and it's, like, for instance, when I was talking about the Burger Kings nearby me, if you remember that review, none of that was a joke. And honestly, every last one of these places should be shut down and condemned, and that should be that. But no, they still pass inspection by some miracle, yet these are filthy, disgusting places that could very likely make people sick. They've probably made me sick, and a lot of these issues are human issues, It's not like all the flies and the roaches are just magically appearing, or that someone's sneaking in late at night after the place is spotless and putting them in. There's serious problems here, serious health issues. And it is, a human issue. Now people could say, oh, well, if they did this and that, and so on, then maybe it won't be this way. But, the problems still are what they are. And like with delivery, for instance, the problems there are just as bad. Now, I make it certain that those that deliver are well compensated for their efforts. However, and this is the hard truth, some people are going to have, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Sometimes you could pay someone all the money, and they're just a scumbag, plain and simple, and that's all that it comes down to. Doesn't matter how much money you throw in front of them, it's not going to change who they are or how they conduct themselves, because this is how they are as people, and it's something that no amount of money is going to fix. Would you believe it? There was an incident that happened not too long ago. I almost had to call the cops on some delivery guy. And it's like, you think about that. What on earth would someone who's supposed to be delivering food even have to do to almost have the police called? And I was going to press charges to have this person hauled off in handcuffs. And, what on earth would someone have to do when they're delivering a damned burger or something, or a pizza, for that to even happen? But, lo and behold, they find a way. And that's an individual thing. Money has nothing to do with that. This is just how this person is. Some people are just evil, miserable, vile, wretched individuals. And when you look at it that way, they have no one to blame for it but themselves. And, there are problems that, certainly can be solved with other things. You can talk about attitudes or payment or compensation, but there are times where the person is rotten to the core, and nothing's going to fix that. And when you're just scraping the bottom of the barrel, it's not going to get any better. So, it's a problem of which there are some solutions, but, there are some instances where the problem is, it's never going to get fixed, when some people are how they are. I just say that from direct experience with something that's fresh in my mind, behavior that truly disgusted me. And these are the kind of people that, 1 second they're delivering pizzas, the next they're going to be busting down your door at 3 a.m. It's like, those types, they can't be fixed. They are how they are. And that's all that I could say there. It's a real shame that people are this way, though. This is a short recommendation from Oliver, who just writes, I'd recommend a good book you might find interesting in regards to your back pain. It's called Back Mechanic by Dr. Stuart McGill. And I also recommend looking at some of his content on YouTube, too. I hope this is helpful for you from Oliver. So thank you, Oliver. Really appreciate your recommendation there, and that's certainly something that I'll be checking out, so I appreciate. Zach from Alabama. I'm writing just to let you know I'm really thankful for both your radio show and podcast. I listen to your show through Patreon. My living situation doesn't allow me to use radio right now, and your broadcasts are helpful in getting me through things. I've been playing your show while looking for a full-time job, a process which has been mentally draining due to my slim chances and the repetitiveness of filling in applications, and your voice is a comfort that holds back my exhaustion for longer so I can get more done. I think you have been blessed with a unique voice and cadence that brings people calmness no matter the subject matter. It is interesting how you can be discussing the dreadfulness that is current world events, and yet I feel less depressed about it in comparison to when I read it myself or hear it on a news report from a different source. Perhaps it's because you discuss these things in a way that best reflects our current thoughts on the matter, in the way that the everyman can relate to. Perhaps it's something else. Either way, shortwave radio being what it is, I hope you can keep doing what you're doing, at least until I find my way past this terrible thing called job hunting and start my career. Or maybe it would be better to hope that you can keep doing this for as long as humanly possible. For as long as humanly possible. Either way, I'll be tuning in until the end. Thank you for reading. From Zach. Well, thank you, Zach. And I sincerely wish you the best of luck on the job hunt. I know it's a tedious and arduous and a frustrating process. And don't worry about, as far as this show is concerned, the job or any of that. What you do on the Patreon is more than enough, as is. So, thank you, Zach. I really appreciate your kind words, and I appreciate your thoughts on the news analysis likewise. I try to discuss these sorts of events, many of which, as you outlined, are, they are gruesome stories, be that about wars and genocides and all sorts of things, but I don't try to sugarcoat anything, as you know, but at the same time I try to break it down and help folks understand it at the same time. I try to veer from sensationalism and shock value more toward analysis and breaking down the history and the context, and like I said, taking a deeper look, the news behind the news, essentially. I'm glad you appreciate that, Zach, and it's really a pleasure to have you as a listener. Rick writes in, a topic, he says, is the future of gaming. Now, I preface this by saying I myself, and I'm saying this in my own words, I'm not reading his email yet, I am not a gamer. So it's going to be interesting to see what we make of this. So Rick writes, I'm a gamer, and have been since I was 9. My first system I owned was TurboGrafx 16. I had all the games I didn't need, the add-on controller port. I'm only child of my mother's, by the way. My favorite was Andre Panza Kickboxing. I won't go too much longer. We went from needing a TV to play video games to now only needing a net connection, since technically one can game on their phones, even in the boonies where I live. My question to you is twofold, one being, how far until we have hologram games and TV shows and movies and sports like pro wrestling and MMA, you can use AI for the shows, movies, and pro wrestling and sports and music too? Second point, let's say there is a global blackout. It lasts many months. do you see old school gaming returning, like board games and cards? Maybe printing presses and candle makers and other ancient trades, carpentry will return, and we will go back to music creativity and not sound and feel the same, much like vehicles that, other than the emblems they look, drive, feel the same. Maybe we will go back running vehicles on water or moonshine, since we will be still making liquor, least by hand, be like mead, the honey-based wine. So my brother, hope you're well. So thank you, Rick, for your questions, and I do get the gist of what you're asking, so it's all good. So the first question, and these are all hypotheticals, there's no right or wrong answer to any of these. So the first one, I believe you ask simply about, again, as your title insinuates, the future of gaming. How long would it be until we move, to what we look at now as science fiction, and games are like holograms and this, that, and the other thing? I have no idea. I mean, I remember back in 2007, looking back then, I remember watching... Was it 2007 or was it 2000? No, it was 2008. See, I'm off by a year. In 2008, I remember there was a segment during the 2008 election. This was when Obama was up against John McCain. And there was a segment, it was some news network, I forget which one it was. And one of the correspondents appeared in the studio by hologram. And, you thought it was so futuristic and this, that, and the other thing. Well, not quite 20 years has gone by, but 17 years have elapsed. Where are all the holograms? Back then it seemed so cutting edge. You don't see any of that. I'm not sure if there will ever even be a day where holograms are a thing. It might be more or less that was just a product of science fiction, and the truth might just be sorts of enhanced virtual reality that, to the viewer may seem like holograms, but it's not like everyone else will be able to see it. But when exactly that would even happen, I couldn't even begin to surmise. Like 10 years ago, in 2014, 2015, there were certain aspects about 2025 in my mind that I got right, and certain things that I got wrong. Certain things developed much slower than I would have thought, to the point where they've almost stalled, and other things have really accelerated, but I don't even know. Could be 10 years, could be 30, 40 years, you might have to wait till the 2050s. I'm not sure, it depends on what we put our priorities on. One thing that I will say, though, is I think that some things have stalled, and not really for the better. It's like... And maybe I'm wrong, I could just be looking at this the wrong way, but I think back... Okay... You think 20 years ago to the year 2005, and you think back now, 20 years before then, 1985, right? Because 85 to 95, and then 95 to 05, that was a 20-year span. Now you think of the differences between 1985 and 2005. The differences were staggering. The 80s were the 80s, and the 90s were the 90s, and then, the 2000s were the 2000s. 3 very distinct decades. And like I said, you compare 1985 to 2005, there were so many differences, and a huge amount of advancement. But then you compare 2005 to 2025, there's some difference, but is there as much difference as there was from 1985 to 2005 in the broad sense? compared from 2005 to 2025? Sure, you could say smartphones, okay. So how about then 3 years from now, if things continue at the same pace, then you can't use that excuse anymore. Some things have been refined, but, this massive change, I don't know. I'm not really seeing it as much. Things haven't stalled completely, but you're sure not seeing flying cars or the cure for cancer or this, that, or the other thing. So I don't have my hopes up for anything, at this point. It's like, I'm not going to sit here and go so far as to say that, this is hell or anything like that, but I sure don't have my hopes up looking forward. But secondly, if there's a global blackout lasting many months, of course there's going to be a return to old-school gaming, most definitely. You even see that in short-term cases. And I think some of you listening in who have experienced blackouts from, storms, for instance, like after a hurricane goes by, or if there's, a big snowstorm or something, and especially families, of course, but even anyone just to pass the time, right? How many people out there listening in, who have been through power outages will pass the time by, looking at some old school games, right? If you've got a family, you might break out an old board game, or even if you're by yourself, you might, break out a deck of cards or something, and all those sorts of things. Tons of people do. Even during blackouts that might only last for a day or two, even just a couple days or a week, etc. Yeah, the board games come out, the decks of cards come out, the puzzles, all that sort of stuff that we sort of neglect when we're connected to the internet. All of that comes out even in very short spans of time, let alone as far as if there was a long-scale, long-duration blackout. I would have to assume in the scenario you're describing it might be like a massive Carrington event-esque solar flare. Tons of people would die, I would preface, but, at the same time, those that are around still, absolutely, you would be reverting right away to the past. You would have some people that would be, books would be a huge means of entertainment once again, and board games of all shapes and sizes would be. You would have some people that would be playing with Lego sets, or toy soldiers, or cars, toy cars. You would have people with dice games and card games and pool tables and all this sort of stuff would be, primary means of entertainment. And, anything hands-on, all these ancient trades, as you say, absolutely would. I think you hit the nail right on the head. So, Rick, thanks for writing in. John in Western North Carolina writes, I enjoyed your recent podcast episode on impactful decisions and the influence they can have on our lives. It made me reflect on some pretty significant decisions I've made, and the realization that we don't always know the full impact of these decisions until months or even years later. You mentioned a few times during this episode that you didn't really know what you wanted to do with your life, 14 years ago, much less present day, if the stars hadn't aligned as they did for you. I think most of us can relate to this in one way or another. As I begin my 24th year as an IT professional, solidly established within my career, I still occasionally reflect and ask myself, what if I chose to do this or that? Would I have been happier, or made more money, or had a more eventful career overall? At this point, it doesn't really matter to me outside of general curiosity. I have a wonderful partner, children, and my viewpoint has evolved to the point where I'm looking forward to retirement in 14 or so years. While that question may still remain for you, I do hope you know that your fans are very happy your channel evolved as it did, and we have the beloved YouTube, podcast, and radio host that you are today. Even if you didn't know what you would do with your life back then, you've clearly evolved into something you were always meant to do. Adjacent to the most recent episode, I wanted to ask if you've ever had difficulty making decisions. I've found myself having decision paralysis or decision fatigue at random times in my life, and it was almost always because I had difficulty narrowing down options and accepting my decision's long-term outcome. This might sound silly to some, but for me, it's a real thing. Simply buying everyday things can be a challenge, too. I think the great expanse of consumerism and the Amazon.com era have definitely contributed to this. From cars to cell phones to mattresses, we're flooded with choices. I try to buy things for life as much as possible, but almost everything seems to be disposable these days. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Take care. John, Western, North Carolina. John, thank you for writing in, and I really appreciate your kind words, and really you're generous. I find too generous comments, but I really do appreciate it, and thank you for saying what you said. And as for your question, oh, absolutely. I oftentimes have difficulty with perhaps overthinking things. I think too much into the what-ifs, into the hypotheticals, and all of that. And I get caught up in it. I think, well, what if this? What if that? What if this circumstance occurs? Or if, if that happens? Or, and so on and so forth. And it just goes on and on and on. And I'll analyze one course of action, and then another, and then another, and then another, and I'll get caught up in it, and then it's like, well, wait a minute, I haven't even done anything yet, and yet I'm thinking about all of this stuff. So, while that's a part of my mind that some people would find annoying, this tendency to examine everything, and to delve and focus in great length on what-ifs and hypotheticals, even if it's to my detriment sometimes. There were times where I've read that, you should try to stop doing that. But I say firsthand, and I could speak only for myself, that this process, annoying it most certainly can be, has really come in handy as well. So much so to the point that I will gladly put up with all of the noise essentially generated by this, simply because of some of the headaches, the colossal headaches, it has saved me at the same time. But yes, so while I have this issue where I examine hypotheticals and possibilities and details and what-ifs, and I can waste a lot of time doing that, at the same time, yes, it's led to decision paralysis many a time. At the same time, it's helped me so greatly, I'll just keep doing it. But I've been there, and I just let it do its thing at this point in time. And I also know what you mean as far as the trying to buy something for life these days is, I would say, nearly impossible. And people, some people don't believe it, but things really were made better years ago. Much better. They were built to last. A whole lot of truth in that. Seems like everything these days, even if it's from a supposedly reputable company, is just cheap junk at this point. And just garbage that's intended to break if you look at it the wrong way. And it's all by design. They make this stuff with just because they're cheap, and it costs them less and less to make, but they could still sell it for the same price, and it forces you to buy more of it. It's very frustrating to find anything that's made with quality and integrity. Good thoughts there. John, Western North Carolina, checking in. This one comes in from Eric in Chicago, Illinois. It's really just a short piece of writing. He said, I wrote this a couple of years ago. It was about a true event that happened to me, and I was truly moved by it. I know this is kind of long, so please don't feel pressured to read all of it. Here it is. It is titled Reese, and it was written February 26th, 2023. And let's go through it. It reads, Last Friday, I went to a party at my friend's house. It was lively. Loud music mixed with the smell of hard liquor permeating inside the house. Then I bumped into my schoolmate, Reese. They're from California. We met a couple of times before, but weren't exactly the closest of friends. Reese said hi to me, and then told me that it's probably our last time seeing each other, but hopefully not. What? It was pretty abrupt. How come that this was our last time seeing each other? I asked them what was happening. They said they were leaving the school. I asked, were they transferring to another school? They said no. Rather, they were dropping out. Tomorrow would be Reese's last day as a student. Moments later, our conversation got interrupted by someone, and we lost each other in the crowd again. As I was drinking vodka in a red plastic cup, I kept thinking about this. I know that a lot of students at my school are under a huge amount of financial pressure. Some of them are discontent with the current educational system as well, so perhaps dropping out is not all that uncommon after all, I thought. A few moments later, I saw Reese again. I seized this opportunity and asked them about their plans afterward. I'm going to plant trees, they said. Their words briefly put me in a trance. After making sure I heard them right, I asked where. Where are they going to plant these trees? They said maybe the UK or Portugal. Then they said that there was a lot of deforestation in the world and they wanted to give trees back to the planet. They would plant trees together with others or work at farms in order to uphold the local natural environment. Their tone was steady and mature, radiating a strong sense of duty. I was completely moved by Reese's sense of responsibility and idealism. They see the world's problems, believe that they are obligated to and capable of changing the status quo, and are taking solid actions, when I'm still spending my days feeling dazed and confused. Such a powerful mentality strikes me to my core. I immediately told Reese that I had tremendous awe and respect for them and their noble pursuit. It's a difficult decision, but there are things that must be done, Reese said. I took out my Polaroid camera, got a picture with Reese, and wished them the best of luck for the future. Maybe one day you can come to the farm I'm working at, and we could hang out, they added. I genuinely hope that day will come. Although I don't have any proof at the moment, I believe that when I see Reese again, at a farm half the world away, everything will be better than they are now. As I'm writing this, I'm remembering a quote by Romain Rolland: "There is only one true heroism in the world, to see the world as it is and to love it." Perhaps every single one of us can become a hero. Eric concludes, I hope this story resonates with you as well as a lot of your listeners. Thank you again for the good work. Eric from Chicago, Illinois. Thank you, Eric, for sharing that story. It's my pleasure to read it on the air tonight, and certainly a very noble pursuit from Reese, in my opinion. Try to make this world a better place, even if it's just one small step at a time. We hear from Carolyn in Quebec City, who writes, I hope this email is not coming too late for the next episode of your program. Thank you very much for reading my email in the last episode. It is much appreciated. Not so much for my ego, but for the message I wished to convey to the listeners. The big sister in me really does hope it helped someone somewhere. And thank you also for your kind words. It made my eyes tear up a bit. For the next episode of your program, I came up with 3 questions. You don't have to answer all of them. The first question is about travel. Traveling was something I used to enjoy very much, but my last trip to Europe in 2023 left me so exhausted and fed up with the whole experience, especially being squished for hours in a stuffy airplane and having to deal with crowds and inconsiderate tourists everywhere. I told myself, never again, unless there was some kind of way I could teleport or travel at the speed of light to places I want to go. How wonderful that would be. I could go back to Poland, which was one of my favorite countries I've been to, or I could finally go to Australia and visit a dear friend of mine, because right now, I don't see how I would survive spending 30-plus hours on board of an airplane and at airports twice. Or I could spend a weekend in the Lauterbrunnen Valley, which I'm not quite sure if it really is in Switzerland or if it's actually heaven. So my question is, if you could travel to anywhere in the world in the blink of an eye, and assuming you also had the power to make crowds disappear, where would you go? My second question is about self-care. What type of self-care activity do you do to make you feel good or better? Do you meditate? Do you take a nap? Watch cat videos? I myself like to apply nail polish to my nails, and the more glittery the better. And this may sound frivolous and trivial, but it gives me something to do to get out of my head for a little while. When I'm feeling down, I just pick a bottle or 5 and I paint my nails. The beautiful colors and the hollow glitters turn my frown into a smile. To make the activity even more enjoyable, I put on my earphones and listen to your podcast. My third question is related to the previous one. I was wondering if you've updated your skincare routine since the video you made about it, and if so, what products do you use now? To conclude, I thank you for taking the time and effort to put this podcast together. I don't think you know just how precious you and your work are for us. You truly are the best. And no, I'm not too kind, I speak the truth. Keep up the amazing work, Carolyn, in Quebec City, Canada. So thank you for your kind email and for your questions, and all of them are interesting ones. These days, I am not much of a traveler anymore. I did, more traveling, I suppose, than I particularly give myself credit for when I was young, but these days, I'm a homebody, and I'm alright with that, it's like this attitude, and it's really an individualistic attitude, where, it really just comes down to how you personally see it. I'm sort of like, I've seen enough, I've seen everything I've needed to see, and then some, and I'm alright if I don't go anywhere else, or see anything else, I feel like I've already seen everything I've needed to, and I'm okay with that. And, that's all that there is to it. So it's not like, because I've realized now that some people take the, the bucket list concept, they actually take it very seriously. I don't blame, if that's what someone wants to do, that's fine by me. But, you'll get people that are like, I have to see the Great Pyramids, and I have to go skydiving, and I have to do this, and this before I keel over whenever. And they treat it as if it's like some mission. I've never had that attitude towards things. Again, it's like I never have to leave this country, or the East Coast, or anything, for the rest of my life. I'm fine with that, but that's just my personal ideology and attitude. So there's the difference. What I'm getting at is between the people that feel like they have to do this versus, if given the choice, the hypothetical choice, right? If you could, where would you? And, so that's how I'm approaching the question, which I suspect you're approaching it similarly. And a lot of my answers would be quite, similar to yours, insofar as, because when you factor in, while I have traveled somewhat, the vast majority of my traveling is a broad variety of locations across the eastern seaboard of the United States and into Canada. So those are the only areas I've really been to. The eastern seaboard of the U.S., as well as much of Appalachia and many parts of the South, and Canada. As far as Canada is concerned, I've been to Canada, I think it was 3 or 4 times, if my memory serves me correct. I've been to Niagara Falls on the Canadian side. I've been to Toronto, through much of Ontario I've been. I remember in 2007, I think it was, I was in Quebec. I was even in Quebec City there. Visited Quebec and went to Montreal, Quebec City, then to the Atlantic Canada, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and then to Newfoundland, which was a lovely trip. Beautiful, truly was. A beautiful history and remarkable scenery all around. It was very nice. Never forget it. And then in 2012, I went again to Niagara Falls on the Canadian side, and then to Ottawa, where I toured many of the historic sites there. But that's the only other country I've ever been to. As far as other trips, I went, in 2011, went out west. That was probably the biggest trip I was ever on. It was a road trip. It was a very interesting one. Got to really see the country. Drove all the way from New York out to first the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. So went through, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, then into Colorado, where some time was spent in, what's the name of the place? It's on the tip of my tongue. Estes Park, Colorado. Spent like a week there. Went to Pikes Peak, that was nice. Spent a day or 2 in Denver. Then drove up into Wyoming to Yellowstone National Park. Beautiful place that is. And saw many of the geysers and hot springs and all that good stuff. Went into Montana just to say I went there, No other reason than that. And then drove back, drove through Wyoming, heading west to east, then went through South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, into Illinois, spent some time in Chicago, through Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, etc. And returned back. That was a good trip. That was another one. Really got to see the country that way. In 2014, went to Hawaii, it was beautiful, but I'm still kicking myself. I was paranoid about the TSA, so I didn't bring my radio with me, and I still will never forgive myself for that, because now it's like, okay, sure, I could book a flight over to Hawaii and bring my radio with me. What does it matter? The medium's, it's dead over there practically now, so what's the point? It's like the signals that I could have enjoyed are gone, never coming back. And what a pity. I can't forgive myself for that one. Because back then, in 2014, there were opportunities. I remember being in Molokai, Hawaii, at this rural airstrip, and had like 2 hours to kill. I could have brought my shortwave radio. I could have listened in. Then I even remember sitting there thinking, damn it, why didn't I bring it with me? Because back then, in 2014, could have picked up Radio Australia, on 10 different frequencies, and there were stations in Micronesia that aren't around anymore. Many broadcasters had services to that region that don't anymore, like the VOA, the BBC, NHK, etc., would have been able to pick up Radio New Zealand, which they're the one that's still going today, at least. Back then, Papua New Guinea had a huge network of transmitters. For their NBC network, they probably would have been weak signals, but more likely than not would have heard them in Hawaii. And the same goes for Indonesia. All of the domestic RRI broadcasts, Radio Republic of Indonesia, that still existed, and all that's gone now. So it's like, okay, I could go over there again, and I'll pick up Radio New Zealand with a clearer signal, but that's about it. And I could already pick up Radio New Zealand. I could step outside and get them pretty clear anyway. So it's like, it's a missed opportunity. And that's one of those opportunities that can't be replicated, and I missed it. But, oh well, I didn't know. I thought if I brought my radio to the airport, the TSA would have confiscated it, and I would have lost it. I didn't know, so I could only be so hard on myself that time around. But, anyway, traveling, I'd probably go to Europe. I know that's very broad, but, there's many areas in Europe that I would like to see. Pretty much, you name it, and I'd be willing to give it a shot. Because I've never been, I've never been. And, also, of course, some of the natural beauty of Iceland or New Zealand. And, some of those tropical paradises, too, like even the Maldives, for instance. I wouldn't do well in the sun, I could say that, but some of those beautiful beachfronts with such clear, pristine water would be quite nice. But it's fun to think about, really is. Second question, self-care. That's a good one. I don't really, I guess, listen to music, listen to the radio. Sometimes napping, is a good way to do it, too. If you need to shut your mind off, sometimes try to force a little bit of a break with sleep. Could be a good way to go about it as well. So that's another strategy. Years ago, I probably would have said doing the night walks, but I don't really do those, anymore. But if that were asked a few years ago, I probably would have said that. And then the third question, if I've updated the skincare routine, most of the time, in most ways, I have not updated it, and the general routine is, I would say, much the same. However, I will say that one of the cleansing, the word escapes me, cleansing, not necessarily a soap, I guess I'll just call it like a facial wash or something. You know what? It's actually just in the other room. I'm going to get up for a minute. I'm going to find the name of this. I'm curious myself. Okay, I've returned. They call it a hydrating facial cleanser. And I switched. I used this hydrating facial cleanser from a brand called CeraVe, and it works well. My skin can be pretty sensitive. It's the type where it's like if the certain soap or whatever just doesn't really work, there will be some redness and irritation. But this hydrating facial cleanser from CeraVe works nicely. And I also use a moisturizer accordingly from the same brand. So I'm not sure if I used that in the last one, but that's what I do now. And it works. It gets the job done. So that's the biggest change that I've made in that regard. So thank you for your questions. They were good ones and much appreciated. And concluding the program, some thoughts from Zach from Israel, again now in Dublin, Ireland, who writes, "First off, thank you for reading my last email on the topic of important decisions. It warmed my heart that you remembered me. As you mentioned, I was indeed a pretty active listener around 2018 and 19, sending in a few reception reports back when I was self-employed. But in late 2019, I returned to the world of employment, which is an interesting topic in itself, and life just got more hectic. I became less active, but I also tuned in from time to time. You're like an old friend, and I'll always remain a loyal listener and subscriber. For this show, I just wanted to also reflect on something you mentioned, not knowing what to do in life, even now. And I do think that a lot of people are in the same boat also, and at some point many of us decide because we have to, maybe because we've reached a certain age, or there's pressure to move forward with life, get a job, build a career, start a family, and as a result, I think some people just go with the flow, pick a direction that seems reasonable at the time, and from there, life kind of just takes over. So basically what I want to say is, don't think all these people with a career, good paying job, etc., have necessarily figured it all out. They actually might be trying to figure things out themselves. In my case, I didn't really know either. I've always loved sports and wanted to work in that field, but I'm far from athletic and never had the support system from my family to seriously pursue it. So, like many, I went with a generic degree, figured, well, let's just get a degree in business and maybe I'll land a decent job, maybe even work in a company that works with sports products. During my studies, I realized I could potentially work in tech, especially in sales and marketing. But most companies wanted experience I didn't have. Then, one day, at a university job fair, a company rep approached us and offered some entry-level roles. The pay was low, the shifts weren't ideal, but I didn't have many other options, so I took it. While working there, I also completed a second degree in another not-so-useful field, and started gaining hands-on experience in marketing. One thing led to another, and now, a decade later, I find myself working for one of the biggest companies in the world. Do I love what I do? My previous job at a gaming company was fun. This one, not so much. Sometimes I wonder if I should have researched more or thought harder before choosing a degree, but I was young, didn't have many friends, didn't really have anyone to talk to about these things. So I made the best decisions I could given what I had. Sometimes I hear people say, it's just a job, and that their family or hobbies are where they find real meaning, and I understand that. But for me, I honestly can't imagine spending my entire life hating what I do for work. Maybe some people can manage it, but I find it hard to picture, especially because, if I'm being honest, I've been in that boat myself for the last 2 years, and it's been draining. I believe it's worth taking the time to figure out what you truly enjoy. That said, I understand that you, and probably many listening, might feel a bit down about not having that clear direction, but honestly, I think a lot of people are in that exact same place. And sometimes, you just have to make a choice, start moving, and try and figure things out along the way. It's a bit like trial and error, and doing a lot of testing. You try one thing, see how it feels, and then iterate. It's a mindset we use a lot in tech, and I think it applies in life just as much. I also think the world is changing. Traditional trades are disappearing. Technology is advancing fast. Honestly, with AI on the rise, it's a bit scary how limited the future might feel for people just starting out. I'm genuinely happy you've found something that suits your lifestyle and personality in YouTube. That's something rare, and I admire that you've carved out your own lane. Anyway, just a few thoughts from me. Thanks again for the content and for remembering me. It means a lot. Best regards, Zach from Israel. Again, now reporting today from Dublin, Ireland. So, Zach, it's great to hear from you again, and I thought that was a good email. And, I think it was candidly said. And I think it reflected a sentiment that I'm sure many other folks out there share. And I certainly hope that you're able to find, even if it takes time, even if it's through trial and error, what you want to do in life and, what's able to bring you that long-term happiness. But that would make sense if there are a lot of people out there that might be in the similar boat, but it's like they have to make a choice for something because there's no other alternative. And it's like their back is against the wall, they need the money, the pressure's coming down on them, or there's a sense of obligation, etc. And, you just gotta pick something, anything. And, then you get the ball rolling there, and then life does what it does, and one thing leads to another, and so on. But I hope you're able to find a path in life, Zach, that is able to really bring that sense of happiness and fulfillment, hopefully sooner rather than later. But I think that was a great email, and one that really, I think, captured the sentiment that I agree, I think many people do feel as well. And with that concludes tonight's program of VORW International. I hope, dear listeners, this podcast made for an enjoyable listen. It was a lot of fun to be here at the microphone and do this program, and again, I hope you enjoyed listening in. Remember the topic for the next show. We have a question, and this one is going to be a lighter question, and I think it's going to be a fun one, too. If you could have a superpower for just one day, what would you choose, and how would you use it? Looking forward to your responses. They could be silly, or serious, or anything in between. Send in your response. Remember, the more responses we get, the better the next show is going to be. VORWINFO@gmail.com. And if you have any random thoughts, heck, you could squeeze them in there too, and I'll probably get to them in the next show as well. And that's all that I have for you tonight. Until next time, be safe, be healthy, and I wish you all the very best. Take care. This is VORW.